Hello? Hello, hello. Is that working? Cool. Jesus. Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Sound in Texas. What a great day. So I think I burned out my USB hub, but I've got everything rewired now. Well, almost everything. I don't actually have enough USB ports for all of it, but good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Let's rock and roll. I don't know about that. We still got like 24 minutes till the market opens. Looks like the news is talking about Safe Moon today. Oh yeah, I haven't even made coffee yet, have I? Son of a bitch. No, I just haven't had coffee, and I've spent the last 35 minutes under my desk attempting to rewire my PC. All crypto's down, yeah. I'm aware. 8%. Remember the Wyckoff thing? Look, the market's trying to do a cute thing there. Yes, espresso. An allergy medication as soon as I can find that as well. Okay, Diane. Oh, excuse me. It was okay. Bree tweeted about the BTC Head and Shoulders. It's not really a Head and Shoulders, but yeah. I'm glad he was early in calling that. Consumer still shares in it? Possibly. I still have to my Reddit post because I had no keyboard. This is fun. Bear with me, guys. What episode are we on? Episode 6. Man, I just can't have a normal day lately. 1 sec, I'm almost done getting the Reddit post up. It's going to be extremely minimal. We have some numbers on pre-market. Let's see here. Volume's what, like 50K? Oh, what's going on with the shares to borrow this morning? Let's see. I swear to God, I'll have this all up and running by market open. 35,000 shares available. MACD open. Yeah, maybe we're filling the gap to 220. Oh God. And I posted it to the wrong subreddit. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, everyone. There we go. All right, so we might gap fill back up to like 220, 250. It looks like. We'll see how market open plays out, but there's definitely not a lot of shares available. For those of you listening in, we're trading at 217.50 right now. Let me pop the chat out. All right, all I have left now is coffee. I'm gonna go make coffee right now. Yeah, this is a real GME meltdown. Let's stick some Elliott waves on that chart. So time I purchase or a price point I should look for. I mean, that depends on what your cost basis is, Frank. Right now we're kind of in a dip, I think. We could see the price drop as low as maybe 210, 200, but I don't think we'll stay down there for long. So you could look for those throughout this week. If we cross like 250, I wouldn't expect to see a dip below that for quite some time. Gap up to 250. Check out Torchlight. It's the start of a short squeeze margin call according to the chart. It has some pre-market volume. They're giving dividend to trap shorts before a merger. Yeah, I read about this. So, Torchlight. Okay, so it jumped $10 or $5 and then like $4 in the pre-market. It's kind of stable now. We could see. I mean, yeah, they might be trying. Who are they merging with? Do you know? Spaz? Come back in 5. All right. I'm going to get some coffee real quick. I'll be right back, guys. You got it, Frank. Ah, where did that come from? All right. Sort of that Friday spy action. All right, I'll be right back. I did it. All right. Everything is in place, and we still have 8 minutes to market open. All right, back to you, the audience now. Danica. Oh, God. Are they starting holidays now? Listen, Dans. Back off. This is my channel. So there's a lot of T stuff, T plus stuff happening this week. Sure. Or there isn't. We'll see how that goes. T minus stands. You guys drive everyone away from the channel with your Dan nonsense. People message me, they're like, oh yeah, I'd hang out in there, except for those Dan people. Third cycle of the third phase of the third sector of the third wave or something too. No, that's bullshit. $669 people watching. That is a bullish signal, usually. It's a lie, and you know it. Good morning, Spartan. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delays this morning, guys. I burnt out my USB hub that I had literally everything plugged into this morning, so that was fun. And then I couldn't figure out what the problem was, and then I noticed the power light for the hub wasn't coming on. So I've been trying to figure that out since about, I don't know, 8:15 this morning. Can I twirl your hair through my fingers? No. No, you can't. Be Bristo. But you can hang out in the channel. I'll just buy them GME and place it in a trust. Will this be appreciated? Probably not in the near term. Can you explain gap fills for idiots like me? Gap theory, which is kind of dumb, essentially presumes that all prices will be traded, like volume will trade at all prices on a stock before it can move into a higher range. And it's kind of one of those things that plays out because people use it more than it's like actually accurate or means anything. Good morning, Muhammad. No weekend haircut. Nope. Yet again. I tried really hard Saturday to get everything that I needed to get done after the stream, but there just isn't enough time in the week. Mars is in retrograde, and I've got my crystals aligned with the golden Elliott ratio. Awesome. What's up, Magnus? Weekend bath and hair. I mean, I took a bath, but I did not have time for a haircut. All shorts must cover, all gaps must fill. Yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sometimes. But don't get too caught up in it. Like a lot of people are like, "Oh, what about that gap back at $20? It's never getting filled." Like the price isn't going to drop to 20 in order to fill some arbitrary gap from the past. I think in reality it really just shows that people are willing to buy and sell the equity at a previous price, and so it's likely that the price will stabilize at that level again. That's probably the reality of gap theory. Weekend bathtub stream. Thoughts on new CEO becoming a board member or previous departure from the board? That's later on. I don't think that's anytime soon. Cool Daddy. Doesn't the new CEO not even start until like July 31st when George Sherman officially steps out of the role? Sorry if you were explained, but what's with that huge green candle on the SPY out of hours? This one? It's not huge. It's just where it opened. So it just opened and went up really hard at 4:30 in the morning, or 4 in the morning. It's nothing. Let's see where the SPY trades with volume. Oh, I need to get ready to buy some SPXS for market open. Shit, I have 1 minute. No. $35. I want 5 of those. Price. 25. And you guys can do what you want. TTT. Shit. Of course that's up. We'll see how that one plays out. Jesus, that jumped. All right. FOMO on SPXS incoming, yeah. I just wanted to get an order placed before market opened, which is now. GameStop immediately down. It's resistance bands. Can you explain the options? Well, I haven't picked them up yet, but they are for the SPXS, which is an inverse SPY ETF. And there are calls for July 16th. DTCC. Excuse me. Sorry. The GTCC is the final boss that we have to defeat. They're aiding Citadel with their shorts. How can we trust them in implementing Rule 002? Well, Rule 002 is just getting filed today, but it would be in the interest of other members. You know, there's a lot of members. I would say the majority of members in the DTCC are not short GameStop, right? And so it would be in the other members' interests to, you know, enforce the new rules. And that's why they created the rule, right? To cover their own asses. Open moving like crazy on torchlight, massive green candle. That's cool. So SPY was up for a second. Now I've got to chase these damn calls. 35? Really? There we go. What did they fill at? It's not that bad. Options, puts. SPY coming back down. Jimmy's still coming down. Not a lot, though. I mean, we're still up for the day. SPY's not tanking, it's dropping. Ooh, festive title. Yeah, my correction for the SPY still stands. I don't know if you guys got a chance to check out my DD from yesterday, but that's linked down in the description if you want to know more about like what's going on with the SPY. You can check that out there. But if I go here out to the 1 day, you can kind of see that the SPY broke down from its short-term trend and also its long-term trend. So I expect it to correct into one of these three zones. If it falls through this red zone here, I would expect a crash. Extend these. I know people forget, but I actually do know how to do technical analysis. I promise. Sometimes. Appoints Matt Furlong to board of directors. So he's the new CEO, right? Yeah, okay. That's good. George Sherman has retired from the board. Oh, okay. So George Sherman's out, I guess. That was like way before, and I guess they really wanted him out of there. Yeah, because he had his contract, he had until the 31st of July, right? TA doesn't work on a manipulated stock like the SPY. You know, when people say TA doesn't work on manipulated stocks, please remember that all stocks are manipulated, not just GameStop. What's up, Doass? I'm here for the food talk. Possible floor today? I still don't think we'll see a dip below like 212 in the near term. If we get some volume, like we have no volume, right? If we get some volume, maybe something, but right now I'm not super worried. But 200 be like the lowest that I expect to see this week. I think mostly sideways and then up is kind of what I'm expecting for the stock. Until with the GME and S&P 600 SI stuff. So that was actually really curious. It was something I stumbled across this weekend. The short interest for all the S&P indexes is released this Thursday on the 24th. I don't know what the reporting requirements for that are. I'd have to do a lot more digging into data I probably don't have access to, but it is curious. Like, I wonder if short positions have to be declared there that, you know, aren't being declared to the SEC. It's interesting. It's more of it's more of an interesting thing, and then, you know, probably like a nothing burger, but I'd like to bite into it all the same. So yeah, I'm gonna be after the stream today. I kind of want to look more into that, but it was actually just something I came across looking in. So GME is part of the S&P 600, um, and so the S&P 600 is also rebalancing this week, much like the S&P's Standard and Poor's indices are rebalancing this week, as well as the Russell, and so I'm kind of interested in what that means. What happens if he sells his shares? I don't know if he can. I'm sure he has a lockup period after leaving. I had an okay weekend. He didn't sell 121K above 300. Literally at the bottom of the filing you're referring to, Ham Guy, it says he didn't sell. Those were shares that were like taken from him because of his poor performance. No haircut. What SPXS calls did you purchase on 7/16? $35 pickle dip. Sideways Johnson, possibly. Awesome pickle juice. Glad to have you back, man. I understand. Sideways trading's the worst. Might get a little more of that this week, but and then we might not. Sherman's still on the board. Apparently, he retired from the board, according to the link Secure just sent me. GameStop's news release as of today. Uh, Matt Furlong is now appointed to the board. It looks like they're just rushing things right along. I mean, although I wish they'd give us some good news, but I mean, I guess it's like good news that Sherman's out of there. He kind of didn't do a lot for the company. Not really excited about his leadership. Excited for the cup and handle. As excited as I can be for a cup and handle. Darth Pickles. You think cruise stocks would crash along with the market? Probably. Here's a fun fact. Most stocks will crash along with the market. And I think if Burry's worried about a market crash, right? Like a lot of these other meme stocks. I thought a lot about this weekend. I wrote so many DDs and then only ended up publishing one. At first, I was kind of pissed about a lot of the FUD going around on Super Stonk this weekend, and just bullshit. I kept getting sent like one DD after another that was just complete nonsense, and then like GME meltdown crap that everyone seems to be interested in all of a sudden. But other meme stockholders, and this is, I kind of wrote about this yesterday in the DD, but other meme stockholders are going to paper hand in a market crash. So like BlackBerry, BBBY, everyone's favorite movie theater. These people are going to paper hand in a market crash. So if these stocks were short, right? If they're really high short interest, this is maybe the opportunity for short hedge funds to try to cover. So diamond handing your GameStop shares may never be more important than it is right now. Us owning the float and holding it will actually save us from a lot of the market crash. I say this as the stock just turned bright red and dipped. We have resistance at 212.50, so don't worry about this, guys. But if the market comes down, we could get dragged a bit, right? We may get like the best dip we're gonna ever see again. It could be extensive. I mean, maybe as low as back to like 157. But if we hold and buy more, the crash in the market will actually cause margin calls, as it will reduce the net capital of the short hedge funds, bringing them closer to being margin called. Market crash or MOASS, hard to set. I think, and the more I think about it, the more reasonable this seems, right? And like one of the big questions you guys are always asking me is like, why the can kicking? Why delay this? If they know they can't get out, why keep pushing it? And I mean, I've known about an incoming market crash for quite some time. I've talked about it here on stream. Burry's been predicting it since, the last one. And but it was obvious, right? We could see inflation popping up in other parts of the market. We could see, prices rising in commodities and futures. And so like seeing the market crash coming at us at this point is starting to get pretty obvious. And so it's possible that their bet is that we'll paper hand the market crash, that they'll be able to get out of their position in the event of a market crash. I think it's a stupid bet. I don't think people are going to sell, but that might be the last thing they could really bank on. Thanks, Jacob. I did drop a little vague AMC dig. Warden's wave guy predicts a dip down to 193. So we'll probably go much lower or not as low as that. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have been paper handing AMC as it's traded between like 50 and 65 over the last week or so. It's back at 60 again today. My concern is short hedge fund portfolios being mostly short, so they remain afloat, if not better off. Is that a valid concern? So I think they could remain afloat for some time, right? But like they're not generally net short, right? There's some short hedge funds that are net short across their positions, right? But all of these hedge funds, there's something almost every hedge fund has in common, right? They all own like SPY, Apple, and like Tesla and like Burke, right? These are their money makers. These make them a fund. And so if you look into the financials of almost any major hedge fund, they will own massive amounts of those four positions. And the reason being is that generates them, like 5 to 12% earnings per year on their bottom line, right? Which gives them a lot of leeway to fuck around with other things in the market while still providing a return for their investors. And so no matter what, a hedge, like a crash in the market, drastically affects hedge funds. And they're hedged against those. They're hedged against market crashes, but it's still going to reduce their net capital significantly. Is it possible they can always avoid the margin call? Not always, no. Yeah, flash crash and a market crash are equally effective. I see that happening soon. Um, once we enter this upper band, we're officially in a correction. This yellow band here. Um, I've set up the correction in 3 zones, and I think if we go below this lower range here, in the red. If the price of the SPY dips below that, I think that will signal an imminent sell-off. Also, currently, the gamma value, or like the GEX on the SPY is negative like $21 billion, which means that market makers still have to sell a bunch of it this week in order to remain delta neutral, which I described in more detail in the write-up from yesterday, which again can be found in the description below. Let me update Reddit real quick. Just so they know what's going on with the dip. I mean, yeah, they'll hold as long as they can. Why is Nvidia dipping hard? Tech's coming down. Tech is overvalued. Everything in the market right now is overvalued. And then inflation's about to hit that like a ton of bricks. Jark. Also, isn't Nvidia split happening? Like, aren't we coming up on the split? It's hard to say where we'll drop to, right? With like extensive outside pressure. Have you read Crayons DD? No, absolutely not, Oda. I don't know. What was it about? I don't know. Fill me in. 4 hours ago, I was asleep. Okay, so George Sherman's out. Uh, I don't know how many shares he had. Yeah, I heard. Do you have any TA on Tesla? I mean, my TA on Tesla would be pretty much the same as the SPY. If the SPY comes down super hard, Tesla will too. Tesla's overvalued, I think. Yeah, apparently he resigned from the board. I'm sure it was just the last step to getting him out. They want him out. It's very obvious. They want him out and they want to give him as few shares as possible in the process. Old leadership, who probably still has loyalty in the company with employees and stuff. It's not good to keep him around from a business perspective. We might have confirmation if they're starting to file 8Ks for other things. Give me another black swan event. COVID crash was not enough. So it looks like we're kind of holding at the 212, 212.50. Call volume, put volume. Nothing substantial. A lot of puts at 220 right now, and a lot at 200. That could like maybe enough to like move us a little, but not a lot. As far as calls go, 220 seems to be kind of where they're at. Still very early in the week for those to pick up any like significant open interest. If we dip below 200, I'll buy another, right? Jimmy press release. He retired from the board, and Jimmy appointed Mr. Furlong. Yeah, I know. Yep, we covered it. You mentioned the meltdown TD that's been making rounds. Thoughts, bogus, or just different wrong interpretation? Some of it's, I mean, it's very like cherry picked facts in order to support kind of a loose thesis. At least the one that I read that was being like primarily messaged to me. The market crash is likely to happen before MOASS. The market crash is like imminent. But the market crash can cause the short squeeze. A lot of people involved with Torchlight today. It's interesting. It looks like it's coming back down to view up maybe right now. I don't know anything about the short positions on this stock, or really anything about this stock. They're an energy resource company. It seems like a Wall Street bet's like pump and dump. Be careful with it. Don't like lose your money, you know. Isn't it T plus 21 today? Sure, why not? I don't know, man. I can never like count back and prove T plus 21 or even T plus 35. Like there's gaps in it. Like even if we are entering a cycle, it hasn't been there the whole time. There's a lot of holes in that theory. And that's kind of why I don't like really pay attention to it. Why do I think Sherman was elected and then kicked out? Legality? No, it's just to like dissuade him from causing any waves, right? Like, oh, like, listen, we know you're not going to be CEO anymore, but we'll get you on the board. And then they get him on the board and then they kick him out, right? It's just business. They don't want him there anymore. Okay, god damn it. For anybody with a question about George Sherman's shares, he did not sell them. It says right on the 8K that everyone's referring to about the 121,000 shares. Those shares were taken from him. Um, he had a contract that promised him X number of shares based on performance. And the 121,000 shares you guys are referring to were taken from him because of poor performance. SPY looking like it's running. I mean, it's going up, but that doesn't mean anything. It can go right back down again. Can you show RSI? I mean, there's no point. Like, I can, but we're not really trading enough volume for it to matter right now. I have a question about all this T plus stuff. If the short hedge funds are multiple entities working at different time cycles, would they all have different T plus expiry dates for their FTDs? Possibly. Like, there's no way of knowing that, but yeah, that's a possibility. As in, they're all defaulting on different days. I think they claim it's Thursday. Today was just hopefully enforcing 002 or whatever. Possibly. But 002 is just getting filed today. It's not going, as far as I understand, it's not going into effect today. So GME does follow the market down, right? But apes hold, right? If apes hold, then it won't come down nearly as hard, right? So GME will actually stay pretty stable while the market crashes. Like, we'll go down, but not nearly as hard as the market does. VW squeeze during a crash. It's short squeezes are pretty common during market crashes. Remember, guys, if you have a question for me, please tag me in it so I can see it in the chat. Did George Sherman sell his shares of AMC yet? I have no idea. Did he have some? What's up, K-Ocean? Wait, stocks go down? They go all over the place. How far down do you think a crash could take GME? Into the 150s? Maybe even 130? It depends on how hard the market crashes. Yeah. This may be like the real test of diamond hands. Because I've stated before that, like, I think once MOASS starts, its conclusion is inevitable, regardless of, like, if fringe people paper hand. I think, like, the prices it can reach will happen no matter what. But the market crash may be like the real test of if people can hold, if the market crashes. I mean, this is a lot of conjecture, right? The market could just have like a deep correction and move on. Although inflation is up quite a lot and the Fed doesn't appear to be preparing for it. Although the bond market does. Why have more than 600 people not clicked the thumbs up? Yeah, if you guys can, please drop a like. It really helps get the channel noticed and get more people in here getting what I think is some of the best information on GME that you can get for free. Oh, the at is Pickle Financial, Sarek. At what point will prime brokers stop giving hedge funds fake shares that they haven't done lookups on to see if they actually have to lend them out? I think they'll stop giving them fake shares when the hedge funds run out of collateral. And I think that's why some of them, like Jeffries and I think Bank of America, but it's kind of unconfirmed, aren't lending out GME anymore. They're still lending out all the other meme stocks, mind you, but not GameStop. Did you get to the Dr. Sue talk? I kind of saw a little bit of it and fell asleep in the middle of it. It wasn't overly engaging, but it's something about FTDs. I'll finish watching it tonight. That's not how negative beta works, Michael L. Negative beta is a measure of events in the past, but it is not a cause of events in the future. There are, however, algorithms that will buy stocks with negative beta as a hedge during a crash. So we could see some buy activity in the event of a crash as algos use if GameStop isn't dropping as hard with the market, or if it's moving inverse to the market, there are algorithms that could jump on the stock and buy it as a hedge. So even though beta doesn't directly make the stock go up when the market goes down, there are other factors that can play into that could. They announced that At the Money in April was complete after hours or middle of the day. I think they announced it after hours. I can't recall either. But yeah, I think it was after hours. Time frame market crash. It's got some time. They had all weekend to like rally this up, so we'll see how this plays out. Hard to time them though, man. You can know that one is incoming, but they're very, very hard to time. If people could time market crashes, everybody would be rich. You think a market crash will negatively affect GME? I mean, it could bring the price down, if that's what you're talking about. But, everyone likes to buy GME on sale, so I don't see what the problem with that is. Maybe. Again, the market might not necessarily crash, right? Like, it can just correct. It can correct within any one of those zones that I showed you guys earlier. So, like, the market could correct to here and bounce. It could correct to here and bounce. It could correct to here and bounce. If it goes below here, then a crash is likely. But right now, I mean, we've got a good $40 worth of range on the market before that happens. What are the prices you think will reach based off that DD that we have currently? Which one are you talking about, JR? Like which thing specifically? As far as effects on price, just let me know and I'll get to it. 220 to 130. It's the test of diamond hands. You never know, man. The more bored people get, it's the psychology, right? The sideways trading, the amount of time it takes. I think I don't know why, but I mean, there's still a little bit of a sentiment that like, oh, I bought this. Why aren't I rich yet? And like, this kind of plays into that. Yeah, I do, Brock. I'll be buying. I mean, these aren't that far out of the money, but yeah, kind of far out of the money. SPXS calls until I see a market crash. I'll buy some now, and then in about 2 weeks, if it hasn't happened, I will buy more for the same date, like double my position down when they're cheaper. What do you take me for? Downs are diamond handed. They don't even have sell buttons. They got taken away from them. You see that the Fed, SEC, and Treasury are all meeting Biden today at the same time. But isn't that just normal? Like for Biden to have like regular like financial committee meetings. I don't know if that's necessarily like, is it like an emergency meeting? Do you have any more information on that? Or is he just meeting with the people he's supposed to meet with at a time that they're supposed to meet? Awesome, Paca. Do you think Seeking Alpha will ever find GME's negative beta? I don't think it'll trade sideways, Matthew. Don't forget that during this time period, we also have the Russell 1000 rebalancing. We have the move from the Russell 2000, which is, I mean, almost every ETF containing GME right now is shorted, like 180% short. So those shares have to be recalled, which is gonna cause buying, right? And then they maybe get sold, which could drop the price. But then those shares, like a lot of those shares, are going to be rebought. Uh, I think GME is the largest company in the S&P 600, so it's going to have to get weighted pretty heavily over there. Or it's one of the largest companies. That's also getting rebalanced this week. This week's going to be probably kind of nutty. Like we're going to have a lot of volatility this week, up and down. Be prepared for it, stay calm. It's all expected, right? That's the best we can. That's the best position we could be in, is to expect it at least. Yeah, we could go down. So let me bring up the cup and handle for you guys. It's on. It's not on here. It's on Trading View, as sometimes the charting for certain things on Trading View is a little better. But let's see. There we go. So yeah, we could see a low. On the low end of the cup and handle, we can see a dip to like 190. 190, 189 before we begin, like at its lowest point, before we begin the breakout. What is this? This crap out of here. And the high range, like 216, kind of where we are now. We're kind of, we'll probably trade kind of in the middle of that based on previous volume and price performance. But yeah, those are the low and the high. Like you can fall out of the pattern a bit. But I tried to map it as accurately as I could. Opinion about the crypto? I mean, crypto should be completing its Wyckoff distribution, right? So it should be reverting to here at like was it 18,000, and then possibly trading sideways. I don't know how long that's going to take to play out. There could be a lot of ups and downs in between here and there, but that's what it looks like for the time being. Seven-figure floor, but I just want to hear your thoughts regarding that. House of Cards and Crayons CDN Supersonic. A lot of people are saying seven figures. It's possible. I don't know. I totally think that like it can hit $1 million a share. I think it likely will. I don't know how many people will still be holding the stock at that point. That's a whole nother like that's like the prisoner's dilemma, right? Like you don't know what the other guy's gonna do. But I think it's probable, maybe more than likely, that it'll hit those kinds of numbers. How long between it hitting those numbers and like some sort of government intervention? It's hard to say. You think they're over-reporting shorts on ETFs as FUD? No, it's actually pretty common for ETFs to be over-shorted. It's not that unusual. I mean, today is about threats to the financial markets as a result of climate change. Doesn't look at all to be market related. Yeah, okay, so we don't care about that then. I mean, we care about climate change, but like, we don't care about the meeting. How do you calculate how far out the handle goes? I use like on the oh, for the cup and handle. Like, are you talking about the curve? It's just it just tracks the price and volume movement. Thanks. It is a beautiful cup and handle. I know. I spent several hours confirming it. I really don't like cup and handles for any of you guys that are kind of new in here. They are not my favorite indicator, as they tend to be kind of a coin flip, unless they're really, really perfect. Fortunately for us, this one is. It's also part of a wedge, which helps improve the accuracy of its breakout. Maybe if you guys want like a little TA test, you can find the wedge that supports the cup and handle breakout. You can DM those to me on Discord if you want after you draw them, and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. The cup and handle breakout extends to the end of July. It could take that long, right? Like, it can break out long before then, though. Digital good time. That's Warden's issue. You can prepare yourself and others for potential price dips without endorsing them as factual. I think BTC will hit 100K after the market correction. Maybe. We'll see. This could damage like the Wyckoff distribution that's occurring right now could damage faith in Bitcoin for a while. We'll have to see how many people choose to pick it up. Like, in the event of a market crash or hyperinflation on the dollar, crypto could become like, that could be the impetus. Crypto needs to become like an established currency, right? But it could also just like be the thing that kills it. It's hard to say. Jeez, what the price for SPXX peaked at during 2009? Oh, SPXS peaked at $163,000 per share in 2009 during the like 2008 2009 financial crisis. It's split since then, the SPXS, so it won't go as high again. Well, it could, but unlikely. Have you seen Annihilation God's research on short volume since 2010? I haven't, Ryan Player, but I would love to if you could DM me that. You can send it to me on the Discord, ideally. That would be great. Remember, everybody, you can't send links in the YouTube chat. If you're sending links, no one can see them. Elliot Wave guy said we're in the middle of a wave 3 and a wave 3 and a wave 3. Cricket holds a cup against the chart for hours. Nods. Yes. This confirms my bias. Yep, broke 1 million volume just now. So we're gonna call this the formation of the support cup. No, this is the handle. This is the we're in the handle. We're not, the cup is formed. God damn, cup and handles. This is the only coupled handle I like. Yeah, I know. I still don't have merch. I'm not answering any questions on Elliott Waves. Would ya? I feel like there's people you could ask about that. So if a crash is imminent, what are the ways retail is supposed to hedge against it? I mean, first off, the things you should be asking yourself during a crash is, do you need to hedge? If you don't have any long positions in the market, and the only stock you own is GameStop, you probably don't need to hedge against a market crash, right? You can just hold your GameStop and, wait for a short squeeze to occur. If you have like 401ks or 403bs or like other, retirement vehicles that you need to hedge against, yeah, you can hedge against those. You can use the SPXS to hedge against those. You can buy puts on the market. I mean, literally any what you could buy SQQQ. You can buy puts on the QQQ. Inverse ETFs are very risky because they're kind of a money sink, right? If nothing happens, these have no value. If something does happen, then they're very valuable. But they're the hedge I use. I know a lot of investors might not agree with that. But I think they're wrong. I'd rather pay and take the risk and have a larger reward than, have a more conservative risk management strategy, as I don't really have any long positions in the market. So I'm just hedging my capital against inflation because as a trader, I'm mostly liquid. How the SPXS go above plus 300% if the SPY dropped 300%? The SPX is 3 times inverse to the SPY. So if the SPY goes down 300%, like a 300% change in price, the SPXS would go up 900%. I borrow up to 150K available, but honestly, I think borrowable shares means squat this week with everything else. Yeah. I'm not super concerned with borrowable shares right now. I moved my 401k into a money market fund. I don't know that much about money market accounts. As far as I know, they're usually kind of crap, like 3% gains year over year, compounding, which is like shitty. I don't know. I don't like most like retirement vehicles. I think they're kind of crap. You're usually better off just like buying an ETF or something with your money. But that's up to each person how much risk they want to take, how much involvement they want to have. Yeah, that's correct, Jay Fresh. If you have investments that have like a 10-year horizon, you don't really care about market crashes. Silver and gold, boys. Gold is usually in the past it's been a good hedge against inflation, but that was before crypto. I mean, it's we'll see. I don't think there's as much demand for gold as there has been in the past. 3x leverage is a good hedge. Well, it's more than that, right? It's like 300 times leverage because I'm buying options. I should buy a bunch of it. Well, you don't want to hold SPXS. Here's the tricky part is you don't want to hold it because it devalues over time. So it's not like a good long play to have like SPXS. If you're a hedge fund or something, you might own some, but not a lot. I've sent links to your Discord pro. What would you say if I tell you the volume of shorts is negative 500 million shares? That doesn't shock me. That's what 10 times the float. I mean, given the rate of shorting occurring since 2015, I wouldn't be shocked at all. My like I didn't want to do all the math and like go back and find all the historical data, but like my rough estimations were in the like ballpark of like 300 million shares sold short. But yeah, I'll check it out, Ryan. After the stream, obviously. I'm not gonna have time to like read through a DD right now. But I'll check it out after the stream and respond to you, and if I think it has merit, I'll talk about it tomorrow. I don't know much about ETFs, but if they're routinely shorted over 100%, aren't they vulnerable to short squeezes? Or is that only possible for them? Yeah, they're not really vulnerable to short squeezes. That's not how ETF shorting works. You should look up ETF shorting and kind of the way that plays out. It's weird. But yeah, they're not really vulnerable to collapse or short squeezes. So XPSX not inverse brother is XPXL, extra bullish. I guess. I didn't even know that there was a 3 times weighted. Ah. Oh man. Don't tell me about that windmill. I'll lose some money. Things I don't look up. Best way to capitalize on a market crash. Inverse weighted ETFs. Undercover Dan. SPY triple top. No, just uptrend. They've had all weekend to try to save the SPY, so give them. They're, Monday is like not necessarily gonna be the day we go down on. I feel like a pro trader this morning. Good job, Kamer. I'm glad that you stole some Wall Street bets pumping down money. They don't deserve to have that money because they do stupid things with it. Critical TA question. How does your hair feel after the perm breakout? Um, Tangly. It gets tangled really easy now, which is driving me insane. Thanks, Julius. Other weeklies expiring worthless by Friday. Jokes on you, hedgies. I have long calls. I'll sell to buy more for next week. My Monday's going okay, Sebastian. Do you like pickle spears or coins better? I don't like either one. I guess coins, like the slices, Daniel Taylor, but spears I don't like. They always get soggy. I'm not about that. I like the whole dill. I don't like my pickles modified before I get to them. Yeah, SPXS is probably one of the best ways to capitalize on a market crash. Awesome. I'll check out all the DMs on Discord after the stream, guys. As always, if you could drop a like, it's a big help to the channel, especially in the mornings. It helps us get noticed. It gets more people in here asking more questions. You never know. Maybe we'll get a question that adds value to the GME thesis one day. No offense to you guys. But and if you want, subscribe. I'm gonna do the video DD tonight after the stream's done, and I'll get that posted up. I was kind of a little busy over the weekend. I didn't get a chance to get it done. And if you guys want to help support the channel, you can do that on the coffee link down below in the description. Yeah, I think if they announce the share offering, it's at least like a small catalyst. Like it'll set a floor, right? If they're like, oh, we sold, X amount of shares at a cost basis of like 250, then the price of the stock will pretty rapidly go up to 250. We're trading opposite the SPY right now. We're going up and the SPY's also going up. So no. Whole pickle shell confirmed. Yeah, so they used to have weeklies on the SPXS, but they don't have them anymore. So now they're all monthlies, unfortunately. But I guess gives you more time. I have considered a podcast. I don't know if they're lame. I thought about just like having like the stream go to a podcast format every day, like the audio, but I wouldn't even know where to begin doing that or like how to do that. People already hate my audio. Think about buying GME inside my IRA, considering current return from Vanguard's fund is like 3%. I mean, I'll never say having more GME is bad. That's obviously like I can't give you financial advice, but it doesn't sound like a terrible plan to me. But again, I'm much more comfortable with risk than probably most people in the general population. Now that there's a CEO, when do the buys start happening? What would you do if you knew Kenny was watching your stream? I'd tell him to cover so I can be rich. He's made his money. He can retire. You know, just walk away. If 500 million stocks sold short, is it possible that this amounts to short positions not open yet? Am I missing? I have no idea, Liv. I haven't even read the DD yet. Combination of the share offer be completed and T plus 21 could be nutty as fuck. Also, on Thursday, which I believe is supposed to be the next T plus 21 day. Additionally, that day you have the short interest reporting for the S&P indexes or indices. Yeah, you can play the VIX on the weekly, but the VIX isn't like, if the market goes down at a nice slow steady rate, right? The VIX isn't going to spike. I'd have to do a lot more ASMR for a podcast. Put your audio on at night to fall asleep too. Probably, yeah. He gets to save some face, throw, whatever onto his resume. Or they just needed him on the board so they could vote him off privately. They want him gone, right? They want the old leaders. That's like the first step one in taking over a company is you need to get rid of the old leadership because people have loyalty to them. Sometimes I forget to say the question I'm answering. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get better at that. Thank you for reminding me. Cool, got my pickle recipe down. My spears remain nice and crisp. I will send you a small jar each sometime next week. Did you? I didn't get the PO box set up, Daniel. Kenny's definitely been in the stream before. If he retires, he won't be able to get free mayonnaise. He's got $32 billion. He's fine. Investing in SPXS causes it to rise in value during the crash. It's Tropical Thunder Splash. It's an inverse ETF. So it moves directly inverse to the market 3 times faster. Yeah, I mean, if I find validity in the DD, I'll cover it in tomorrow's stream. If I think it's a steaming pile of horse shit, I'm not going to talk about it. But yeah, Liv, I have to read it first, right? I have no idea. I saw a DD that we have 2 cycles this week, one on the 23rd and the 24th. Okay, we'll see how that plays out, I guess. Why do my WeBull candles look much fuller than yours? I'm using Heiken Ashi candles. They look nicer. Those that listeners are doing stuff. Would love if you read back the question you're answering. I know. I know, Windmill. We need a pickle drawing. Maybe we do. I probably need to update Reddit, actually. That's all cool, man. I might be on the road tomorrow, so if you can timestamp for it, I would be psyched. I have no idea how to do that, Liv, but I could try. You can always listen in on the Discord, by the way. We have like a live audio. So if you guys are like driving or something like that, check out the Discord. There's a live audio stream in there that kind of follows along with the YouTube. Turned on Dr. Trimble to comment about people that buy the stock for MOASS are no better than the hedge fund. I don't agree, but doesn't mean she isn't right in other things. Okay. I didn't see what she said, yeti yeti. So I still have to watch that interview. It's like on my to-do list. I saw like 3 minutes of it and fell asleep. Your daily DD is linked below, by the way. It should be. Let me double check. Oh, my daily DD's not? Yeah, here, I'll link that. It's not super great today because of all the technical issues earlier. The daily DD's linked now too. I mean back last week and the week before, you talked about GameStop establishing a CEO would be a catalyst for institutions buying. What kind of buying should we see with the new CEO? I don't know if like George Sherman might be off the board, but is he no longer the acting CEO? There's no announcement about that, right? Like they've moved the new CEO onto the board, but as far as I know, George Sherman is acting CEO until July 31st. It's like the board and him being CEO have nothing to do with each other. Jimmy's trading at 207.25 right now, down 3% on the day. Spy trading at almost 420, up 1.2% on the day. Hundred 50,000 shares available. Okay, yeah. So up 100 and that's not really a relevant change. Ibaro setting at 150,000 shares. Would you go long by calls on TQQQ post market crash? Which one's this? Is the one that moves. This is like an in or corresponds to 3 times. Maybe. Yeah, that'd be a way to make money on the way up, I suppose. $423K put options out of the money for July 16th. Do you think the slide could continue till then to get as many of those in the money? So those puts are low. Like they're real low. If we go out to the 16th and you look at the put volume, most of that put volume is like well below 200. Like most of it's below 100. And a significant chunk of it is at 50 cents. So like no. I don't think anything's going to put those in the money. If anything, they could be like a post squeeze play in order to like make money on volatility. Because like if you try to buy puts at the peak of the squeeze, they're going to be very, very expensive and you're going to get like IV crushed. And so that's probably what a lot of those are. Just a reminder, if you can pin a comment under the stream with a link at current time, that would work. I don't even know how that works. Like if I talk about it, let me look at the DD first, man, and then we'll discuss pinning links for that section of the conversation. The shorts never covered. What's the correlation between GME and the SPY? Well, GME is not on the S&P 500, but the S&P 500 tracks like all the biggest companies in the markets. It's a very good indicator of the direction the market, overall market, is going. And GME is a stock that's traded on the U.S. markets. So if the markets go down, then GME is most likely also going to go down, as not everyone who owns GameStop is, part of Super Stonk or an Ape. There's lots of shareholders that don't give a shit about any of the things that we do, right? There's long-term shareholders, there's institutional holders, and like they can move positions around in the event of a market crash in order to, hedge their other positions. You have to remember that not everyone involved in GameStop is involved for a squeeze play, right? All stocks, Daniel, all stocks traded on the market are correlated with the market. Corporate lawyer friend, good bad board. What? I don't know what you're saying there, man. That's not coherent at all. Does the SPY look bull trappy? I mean, it's just doing a little run up. I'm I'm not really unconvinced of its ability to crash still. According to the press release, it states that furlong's start date as CEO coincides with his appointment date, which is today. Oh, okay. So I guess they're just giving George the whole boot. All right. Good to know. I mean I can't look into that shit while we're streaming, so it's thank you for sharing that with me. I'll take your word for it. Let's So that's good, right? Bull put spreads for MOASS. Yeah, they absolutely could. I mean they're dirt cheap, right? They're so far out of the money they cost nothing. So like the only money you could make on those is like implied volatility, really. Like the stock's not going to go to 50 cents. No one's selling. Well, none of us are selling. We going below 200 today? We might. It's right there. We have no volume, and it's kind of sliding. So yeah, could we're the big whales. No one's helping us. Possibly the rest. Yeah, the end of this week's gonna be very volatile. Okay, we got it. CEOs. So yeah, Furlong is officially CEO. I got it. Company's still selling the at the money offering. No way to know. Very hard to tell this week with everything else that's going on because of all the rebalancing schedules. It'll be very hard to tell if this is at the money, if this is like one ETF unloading like 10,000 or 20,000 shares, like or 200,000 shares. There's no way to know. For all we know, like whatever shares George Sherman has, maybe he's selling them. Although I think he has a lockup period. I don't think he can sell immediately after leaving. It'll be hard not to buy more if we go under 200. Yeah, I know. Digital good time. Dear God. Is there still a gamma ramp down at under 200 now? I mean, there's some shorts, like there's some put volume at 200, but it's not like last Friday for like quad witching. Like there was a lot, and we managed to stay above it, which was very good for us. Shouldn't ETFs pace themselves when unloading? Yeah, but they also have to recall shares. It's like a whole process. Good news equals dip. Yeah. So let's see what the spy is doing. Still coming back. We'll see how that plays out over the rest of the day. Let me look at the where it's still well below its long-term trend. But up 1.21% on the day. GameStop slipping a little more. There's some volume on this. So this is shorting or selling right here. Let's see if we hold 200, I guess. How much your SPXS calls worth? They're down $65. About to retest 200. Pray for floaties. Yeah, not super meaningful for the price action today. Do you like cookies or pickles more? Probably pickles. I don't like cookies that much. The hat is not an advertisement for cookies. It's not even an advertisement. It's just a hat that I own. If you guys are going to ask me about all the price action that occurs this week, we're going to have a very long week. Suffice it to say that most of this week, I'm not going to really know what's causing price changes. And anybody who says they do is full of shit. I like the hat. More volume. Oh, here comes the push. Any recommendations on good resources for learning TA? Investopedia is awesome. There is the book Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, which is decent. Practicing using the TA that you learn from those two sources is very relevant. Maybe this is why a bunch of YouTubers ignore their chat. No offense, guys. Could be that 1.3 million borrowed last week. Super unlikely, dude. F you too, pal. Sup, Hand Banan? Been a while since we've seen a proper dip. I don't even know if I'd call this a proper dip. I guess we're down 6% on the day, but it looks like we're holding at 200 for now. They really pushed a lot of volume into that, though. Let me update Reddit with this real quick, actually, just so they know what's going on. Why did I have RSI turned on? I'll turn that back off. It's stupid. How does this sell volume compare to the assumed at the money offering time period when we dropped from 350? I mean, we have like significantly less volume currently than we did at that time. Both of those days, it was like 15 and 20 million traded. Today, our volume's at 2 million. So it's not even close. Other YouTubers. Thanks so much, everyone. I love you guys. Gherkin, this is why people ignore the chat, you filthy monsters. All this for a drop of blood. Yep. Where's the exponential floor? I don't know. It's not real. We could see, I mean, we could see like some sideways. Sideways isn't even like necessarily bad for us today, right? Because like, um, we're about to like trigger that BBKC squeeze signal again, which is a bit irritating given that like this would be now the second like breakout that got stifled by an out the money offering. But I think the upper Bollinger Band still needed to come down into the Keltner channel, but they should both be in now. And so that signifies a potential for another breakout to the upside. Well, another breakout, not necessarily to the upside, but most likely to the upside. What's with Chase dumping 50 billion in people's accounts, hiding their losses? I don't know. Those of you listening in, trading at 203.21. Let's the rest of the market. We kind of got overhyped with exponential floor, so it might have been FUD. No, it's just like no technical analysis was going to predict a 5 million share at the money offering, right? Like no one saw that coming. It wasn't like we had like weeks of notice. It wasn't priced in, you know. It was just like, oh, by the way. And so like so what we saw is all the technical analysis fail. Right? Because that's what happens when like a surprise event like that takes place. Burry's got a new tweet. Let's check it out. He's really been on a tear. Maybe I should bookmark his Twitter. Kenny intentionally overheated one of the motors by tangling a rope in its propeller. The men figured anyone who found them would be compelled to take them ashore with just one engine working and their fuel supplies low. What in the hell is he talking about? He's talking about like it's got a link to like protests. Huh. Interesting. That sounds like a dig. Or he's got a new Twitter banner. I didn't see that. Park bench and like a dragon or something. It says Kenny. Yeah, right? It does. Oh, maybe the Kenny we all know and hate. Interesting. So let's break apart a tweet, right? Everyone loves doing that, don't they? Is he saying that like Kenny's over leveraged himself and he's hoping the government's gonna step in and save his ass? or is going to be compelled to save him. Burry is a weird dude, but this one seems pretty on the nose to me. Unless you know a protester from that part of the world that I can't say on YouTube. Named Kenny. Yeah, I do need a repeat question database desperately. But when I leave the stream, my mind just blanks out all the repeat questions I've been asked for the day. So I sat down and tried to write one, and the only thing I could come up with is what is VWAP? Because every day the repeat question is new. It's like a new repeat question. Like today, I'm going to be asked about like all the due diligences that came out over the weekend, and I'm going to be asked about Matt Furlong being CEO, and I'm going to be asked why we're trading at $200. Yeah, it could be. I don't know what the hell he's tweeting about. Why? Because he's insane. Stop worrying about what Burry tweets. You like this is his only audience. I want you to know that. Everyone on Wall Street thinks he's insane. No one listens to him at all. Maybe if he, just shut up and predicted things occasionally instead of like re-predicting the same stuff every day, people would listen to him. He's very much the boy who cried wolf. Yeah, no one cares how VWAP is. Is the Sherman selling his shares? I don't know. Maybe. I don't even know how many he has after everything's said and done. Not many. I don't know. Somebody could go through the 8Ks and do the math, I'm sure, if they wanted to. I don't care if Sherman sells his shares. Why is this a concern for everybody? Does Sherman's like six-figure share number fucking affect anything? No. I mean, if we've got possibly, 300 to 500 million shares sold short, then who gives a shit if Sherman sells? Who cares who sells, right? If that many shares are sold short and I was the only GME holder on the planet, the stock would still probably fucking short squeeze. What's with loads of companies being out? So all the companies that are outrageously short sold is because of COVID. That was bears making bets that those companies wouldn't survive the pandemic. Repeat question: what is your floor? My floor is the highest discernible number based on technical indicators. Paula. I just sent you a list of repeat questions to compile them, so tag me if you guys like. I'll copy them into one place. Okay. I can't enjoy myself if Sherman sold his shares. I don't think he had 1.2 million shares after all is said and done. I said 6 figures, not 7. Getting out of hand here, Danionair. If the vote count was huge, Sherman would know, and he would be foolish to sell as well. Hey, maybe, or maybe he's just foolish. Any thoughts on the missing 50 billion? No. Banks robbing people. It just sounds like old news. What do you consider the golden age of MTG? Urza's Saga. Urza's block. That time period was the best. Fidelity not finding me shares. Of course not. It's because there aren't any. What technical indicators are you going to be watching during the squeeze? I cover that, JR, pretty extensively in my Exit DD, which you can check out. It's pinned to my Reddit profile, and also there's a video on it in the video DD section of this channel. Video DD playlist. Do you think there will be government intervention if the squeeze results in a very large share price? Hard to say. Right. One-time events have one-time outcomes, so I know you guys all think I'm like some fortune teller. What are you vaping? It's like dragon fruit something. How do I get Fidelity to find my shares? Wait, I guess. Do you watch Alpha Investments? No, I can't stand that guy. Nope, not a fortune teller. Although I am frequently right about the price movement of the stock. That doesn't mean I'm always right, or I can, like, I'm not like a seer, you know? Yep, just check this. Is 1.2 million shares of the last filing on June 11th. They took a bunch away from him, degrees. Like a lot of those. There's other filings which cover how many shares got taken from him. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Is ready to watch our favorite stock go up again. I'm ready to watch my favorite stock. That's exactly what a seer would say. Handy dandy magic 8-ball to assist in all your fortune telling needs. I think so. That way, when people ask me questions that there's no way I could possibly have an answer to, I'll just refer to the 8-ball. And we're like, I don't know, let's find out. Girk is actually Cassandra of super stocks, destined to be ignored because you're not selling hype oil. I mean, I'm not selling anything. I don't even have merch. More like that guy at the fair that guesses your age and weight. Similar. Put a limit order 200 based on your suggestion. Got my shares during this tasty dip. Awesome, Frank. Glad to hear that, man. I'm glad you got a good deal a good cost basis on your shares. I hope we hold 200. You have more experience. Have you got any thoughts? It's hard. You can never predict market crashes. The amount of money that can flow into propping it up is unbelievable. Like, even if everything indicates that it should crash, it can just like carry on for like another 2 months before it does. Look at like what happened with The Big Short. Like, I mean, by the time that started falling apart, there wasn't a single person basically in the world that didn't know it was all crumbling down, right? But it managed to hold together for like another 6 months. Cup and handle. Is that what I'm gonna be now? Cup and handle guy? Fucking cup and handle. Lots of open interest on the put side below 200. Not really. There's some open interest at 200. Big Short was over 1 to 2 years. Yeah. You're welcome, Master Server. Exchange Bank back in September. I didn't, nor do I care. Because stop spreading yourself so thin with all this information. Like, we've reached an apex point for nonsense information that's not applicable to the stock. You just buy and hold the stock till the shorts cover. It doesn't matter if Citadel has a fucking exchange bank. Who cares? What is the significance of open interest? It's the number of contracts being held open at a certain strike price. What if my cups don't have handles? Then they're glasses. Honey Badger. Do you have personal friends that doubt your GD or TA? And if yes, how do you deal with it? I don't really have any friends that doubt my TA. That are into trading, like my friends that trade. Um, Sometimes we get into like arguments over due diligence, but like most of them aren't really invested in GameStop. They're traders. They don't really care about like the short squeeze or whatever. They want to make money on other things. I have a couple that are, and they're just holding. They don't watch the stock or anything. They just have like a price alert set and they're going about the rest of their business. I can't do that. They do disagree with me having 90% of my capital in GameStop. But I disagree with them having 90% of their capital in Bitcoin. And look who's winning that argument. Hype uses too much energy. Exponentially rational guy. I don't know. It's just like coffee related pickle drawing for the morning. Yeah. I'm feeling a chill pickle today. Win ASMR voice. This is not an ASMR channel, Paka. I do the ASMR voice when I feel the need. You're a glass of coffee, good. 202.50, guys. $570 calls July 16th. What do you think about that call? I know calls are risky, but what would be the safest contract to get? Probably the one that you understand. Nick's Ventures. If you don't if you can't answer that question, you probably shouldn't be trading options. The safest call to get would be an in the money call, which are very expensive. Or a very near to being in the money call. The closer to in the money it is, the safer the call is. See Michael Burry's tweet about being approached already for a second movie. No. Streets. What if I feel the need? Are you a cup and handle half full or half empty kind of guy? Well, apparently I'm a cup and handle kind of guy. Burry tweet allegory of JME. I don't know. Don't try to decipher the raving lunacy of a madman. Whether he be a genius or not. I am going to drink some water. I got a new water bottle yesterday. How's MacD looking? Like a pile of shit. Michael Fassbender's carrot soup recipe. How do I buy calls on the Fed's money printer? Bonds, I would imagine. We're literally setting a stream for 8 hours. I'm not a madman. As long as the separation's in good faith, he's free to sell his 1.2 million shares immediately. Except I don't think he has 1.2 million shares anymore. I think that was like his initial contract was for 1.2 million shares. But now you need to figure out how many he has left. They took a bunch of them away from him. Didn't 30-year treasury bonds only have 2%? Something like that. I don't know. I don't buy bonds. I don't really mess around with the bond market or know that much about it. Not my area of expertise. Pickles on a stock chart answering the same questions all day long might seem crazy to some. Possibly. Maybe time to sacrifice a Dan. You don't hate to say it, Greg. You know you wanted Dan to be sacrificed. My favorite dip is ranch. What's yours? I like dipping things in marinara sauce, depending on what it is. Maybe honey mustard? Like for chicken tenders, honey mustard. For chicken nuggets, sweet and sour sauce. It took away like half his shares, but accelerated the investments of the rest as consolidation. Okay. That's probably heard on YouTube when GME moves bank stops like BAC dive, so it's a good option put for end of July. I don't know, man. Why would bank stocks dive if GME moons? Like you have to correlate those somehow. Oh, tsatziki's really good too. I hate ranch. It's just creamy garlic. It's gross. Matt Kors takes super chat money and sometimes he doesn't even read them. I believe that. Fortunately for all of you, I don't have like 300,000 subscribers or whatever. I could if I wanted to talk about AMC all day, but I'd rather shoot myself than do that. It's been a while since we've boofed a Dan. You're rich now and have a celebrity you want to take out on a date. Is it Paul Rudd? Probably. I do really love Paul Rudd. What are my thoughts on the Asian markets dipping? I don't really have any. They went down. The US market went down on Friday. Asian markets went down earlier this morning. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Inflation, I think, is hitting the world economy far harder than expected. I've been to Canada. I've eaten at A&W, but I don't know if they're the same as they are in the US. I haven't eaten at an A&W in Canada. MACD bounce one day. I don't think there's anything on the one day MACD for GameStop. Could, yeah, but still kind of far out. Maybe like a couple more days from now, we could see a bounce or a crossover, which would be not good. Is this the FOMO phase? Absolutely not. Ranch is just creamy garlic. Is that cookie's hat leaching THC into your head? I don't know, maybe. Can I buy calls on Matt Core's legal fees? Possibly. There's some financial advice given in that channel on occasion. But overall, I think the disclaimer on the channel protects them. So probably not. Would you rather go with Paul Rudd or never have to see Jonah Hill again? It's not like Jonah Hill's forced on me in my life, so I'm gonna pick Paul Rudd because I can I mean, what, like, if I don't pick Paul Rudd, do I have to like hang out with Jonah Hill? In which case, I'd rather never see Jonah Hill. But like if I can have the same amount of Jonah Hill in my life that I do currently, then I'm gonna pick Paul Rudd. Matt Mo Co's money a new song. OBV still looking flat. If you zoom really far out, yeah. Yeah, it is. God, I hate that DD. Ranch is most definitely not creamy garlic. What you describe the flavor then? It doesn't taste like buttermilk. Give me a quick rundown. Did Matt Kors get into legal trouble? I mean, him and Trey are both like really bordering on like stock manipulation based on their like statements on the news and stuff. They clearly didn't meet with a lawyer before going on the news or on like Fox and discussing things. Sideways trading guy is hilarious. Ranch equals herb mayo. Yeah. But it's just like one herb. Oh, I know you were, Steven. I saw the winky face. Ranch is onion, dill, and garlic. You know what I think it is? I think it's soy lecithin. What is it? What's that shit called? The thickening agent? It's like a thickening agent, onion powder, garlic powder, and maybe some dill. Ranch is tomato and onion. No, it's not. At Pickle Financial, Trey's latest videos. Lecithin. Oh yeah, it's lecithin. That's right. I couldn't think of how the word was spelled in my head. It's an emulsifier. Okay, xanthan gum. Yeah, xanthan gum's a thickening agent. If you hate ranch, short it. I mean, I could. But I don't know who to like target that at. There's so many companies manufacture it. How to play options. What is a margin call? Jesus. Trades is advising people on how to use options. That can't be. I guess they've got to defer all the questions about like why the stock's not going up, right? It's like, why is AMC now at $56? You told me it was going to be at 500,000. Short Heinz, I guess. But I own Kraft Heinz. Although to be fair, it is down 8%. That's like going long on America's health. God, I don't even want to see those fucking videos. I saw like the Matt Kors trades like dual Fox interview that they did, and holy shit was that cringy. Like what a wealth of not financial knowledge packed into that 10-minute segment. Trey made millions with his options. What a lot of ticket. Yeah, I mean, like, so do guys who like shove shit up their ass on Wall Street bets. That doesn't mean they're like good investors or they know what they're doing. What's my view on Torchlight? I don't really have one. It's I know it like ran today and then it dropped. I know someone in here made some money off it, which is cool. Wall Street bets pump and dump probably. So Burry's pumping Bitcoin now. He probably watched a couple of YouTube videos and feels confident to teach his viewers now. Yeah, financial news is shit anyway, but like still, you know, at least like get fucking experts. Like they have Dave Lauer on there and then they have fucking trades. There's no comparison. Choose your stance on the OBVD DG. Why did you say you hate it? Genuinely curious. Oh, because it has a y-axis of like two values, and so OBV just looks flat when you zoom out really far, which is what they did to prove their thesis. But if you zoom in, OBV just moves normally. So the whole DD is based on just like zooming out and looking at the picture. If that makes sense. Why are there Tracials here? He's a good guy, but he's been struggling in the last 4 to 5 videos. It's kind of obvious. I mean, just because he's a good guy doesn't mean that like what he's selling isn't wrong. Cornub, I know you're a trades fan, obviously, because you own AMC. This is still a GME channel. You expect us? I mean, like, I don't have a problem with trades. At least he's honest about not knowing anything. But then, like, if he's gonna backtrack on that and start being like, okay, guys, this is how options work, that's bullshit. Right? Like, he should not be doing that. He should maintain his I kind of don't know what the fuck I'm doing stance because he doesn't, right? Bruce was telling his viewers to sell covered calls on AMC and Jamie. I mean, covered calls on AMC was probably a great idea. Like if you were selling $70 covered calls on AMC, especially weeklies, like you would have made a bunch of money, probably without getting assigned for the last couple weeks. And even if you did get assigned, who gives a shit? You sold your AMC stock at $70 a share? Like that's bullish as hell. $180-day OBV chart on 180-day GME stock price. The stock price and the OBV are just going to look exactly the same, especially if you put them on top of each other, because the chart displays exactly what OBV does. It's volume traded at a price point. Jesus Christ. If I have to see one more OBV comment, this is all because Warden was like reading his way through technical analysis of a financial market and then teaching people the book. And so he got to the OBV section and started talking about OBV. And now I've had to hear about it for 4 months. Yeah, I mean, him and Matt Kors are both going to bankrupt a lot of people, but they don't care because they're making a bunch of money on YouTube, you know? I thought this was an AMC channel. You were wrong, Plenter. Windmill Willie's been selling AMC covered calls and making bank. Maybe he's been selling them to Trey. I don't know. Get some of that YouTube money, Windmill. I only come to find this channel, find out what trades should be doing. This is obviously a VWAP channel. I mean, VWAP's a better indicator of volume and price than OBV is. I would never. I've sold covered calls on GME, but I would not do it anymore. The point at which I sold them, I was pretty confident the stock would stay down. And it's like, I only sold 2 of them, and it still scared the shit out of me for like almost 2 months. I was worried every day I was gonna like get my shares called away. What is OBV? Is that the MOASS? You know what OBV is doing right now? The exact same fucking thing the stock's doing. Look, the stock went down, OBV went down, and then the stock went up a little, and OBV went up a little, and then the stock went sideways a bunch, and OBV went sideways. Don't call me. Someone's calling about my car warranty. You seem to be the antithesis of trades, and I couldn't love you more for it. Day trade or actually do things? Tough choice this week. It is. The market's frothy, right? So, like, who knows what could happen? Burry tweet on inflation. Man, Burry's like just tweeting up a storm today, huh? Who could have seen this coming? Oh, he's just like, he's just happy because it looks like he's going to be right. I think that's all that's going on here. He's now rubbing it in people's faces or something. No dill juice in my coffee. How far out do you buy your options in general? Leaps or a few months out? Usually like weeklies. I rarely buy like long-term calls. GME is like one of the GME might be the furthest I've ever bought a call for. Like the furthest out. He was the MOASS with the Apes. No, I don't have any margin accounts, Plunter. What is the net buying selling effect we're going to see with the reconstitution? Hard to say. I mean, I guess you could dive into it and figure out exactly who's going to pick up. But there's also like mutual funds that track the Russell 1000, and then there's really no way to predict it. I think it'll be net positive as it moves into a bigger cap arena. Like it's got a smaller weight there, but more interest in the stock. Yeah, I've looked at all of Burry's tweets. I know it's pretty out there sometimes. He's got some very strange ideas. Okay, stop informing me of all of Burry's tweets. I don't give a shit. Please. Dear God. Who do you think would win in a fist fight between Matt Kors and Trey Trades? I don't know, but I would pay to see it. My ex-wife texted me to tell me my dog is sick and getting put down today. I could use some good news. I'm sorry to hear that, Comrade Selenia. That is a sad day, man. What's even sadder is I don't know if I'm going to be able to give you any good news today. Well, my two $60 puts are back in the money, which I'm pretty excited about. After MOASS, will you be investing in the market anymore? Absolutely. Where will you aim to grow your money? Gold? No, definitely not gold. I'd probably invest in some some ETFs, some REITs, uh maybe some crypto, GME. Need a street fight with Godpill. Looks like I missed out on a totally organic drop. You know it. The profits on your next calls go to purchasing a Magic 8 Ball. I might just buy one right now. Vincent D'Onofrio, that'd be awesome. How many houses am I gonna buy? I don't know. 3, maybe 4. I know it's Amazon Prime Day. Buy a pickle snapback. I'll get my haircut and never wear a fucking hat again, is what'll happen. I hate hats, says the guy wearing a hat. What are the best dividend paying stocks? I don't know, man. Go research it. Usually REITs are really good. There's a few. Altria is a good one. UWMC is really good right now. We'll see if that changes. If we dropped to 193, would you give any credibility to the Elliott wave theory? Absolutely not. Not unless we drop exactly to 193 and then bounce. But if we drop to like 192.90, it's wrong. I didn't roll them. I just let the old ones expire and bought new ones. They're at a $35 strike, Mr. Smoky. I am low-key sick of the at the money offering. I really hope it goes into transformation, not bonuses. I think it's definitely going to go into transformation. What areas of the world would your 4 houses be in? California, New York, London, and Italy. Bank dividends, probably something to avoid. Maybe. Does them not mentioning selling the 5 million shares yet make you think they haven't started? No, I think that they either have or have almost completed it. Actually, I think they've completed it. I don't think they have any more shares left to sell. 6 ball is green. Oh, interesting. Is that a thing you can buy? What would you say? A 10% offset on $1. Prove the Elliott wave wrong in a dynamic system. I think Elliott waves don't work, period. So they're just trying to get me to confirm Elliott wave theory, and I won't do it because it's bullshit. I don't think any of the Fibonacci tracking methods work on GameStop, and I don't think they work that well in the market at large either, except for the fact that they're self-fulfilling and that other people also use them. I hope that answers the question, Tina. Your infinity pool shares will change the world. Is the infinity pool a real thing? Not in the way people think. Or $25. Man, you will lose far more money playing calls on UWMC than you will make, Windmill. Oh, two hasn't been approved. It's been approved, right? But it's like not in effect. Ecstasy. Isn't literally all TA self-fulfilling? No. Yes and no. It depends on how you use it. You can use it in combination with, you know, underlying fundamental factors. You can look for multiple indicators signifying the same thing, reconfirming the TA that you've done, which is a lot of what I do. Will you paper hand at 30 million? Probably, yeah. I don't know if I mean, I'm still going to save the 10% of my stock all the way through, but 30 million's a nice number. But what if it went to 50 and then I'd just be pissed? I might sell a part of my position at $30 million. So market is green, meme stocks are tanking. This is just intraday, man. It's all expected. OO2 is in effect per the Petrovsky? What the fuck is Petrovsky? I see people talking about the infinity pool, but an infinite money pool. It just seems like nonsense. There's no way that there won't be political involvement if the markets are locked up because of one stock. It's not like we're going to have just some like magical piggy bank of GME shares floating around at $50 million a share for all eternity. It's like one of the most ridiculous theories I've ever heard. Warden's contact emailed me directly. You mean his girlfriend in Canada? Petrovsky's the email guy. I don't care about fucking people's emails. Let me reiterate that for anybody that wasn't here the last time I had this rant. If I don't have an official source confirming that the rule is active, then I'm not going to pay attention to it. And no, some Redditor posting emails between him and somebody else. Like, he's emailing a dude at the DTCC about NSCC rules. It doesn't even fucking make sense. I am Warden's Canadian girlfriend. Like, I'm not saying that like it can't get to the prices that they talk about in like the infinity pool thing. Like, it could hit those prices, those price points, right? But like, it's not going to stay there forever. Like, the political, like the global economic and political pressure on GME to end it and on, you know, the American government to put a stop to it would be far too high. I think whoever wrote that greatly underestimates the amount of influence the U.S. has on the world economy. Yeah, even if it is enacted, will they enforce it? Who knows? They're self-regulatory agencies, so they could, in the benefit to benefit their other members, but they may not. Like, in order to save their own asses. Yeah, that would absolutely, and also within their rights to put an end to it at that point. Like, you have to remember that the SEC can step in and shut an equity down in the event that it can cause, you know, harm to the global economy, especially at those levels. The infinity pool is just complete horseshit. There's no point in talking about it. It's a waste of brain power. I know there's an official SEC filing, but that doesn't mean it's active. As far as I understood it, it was being filed today, but it's not active yet. I will look into it more after market close, but again, don't put so much weight in the regulations. Those are what allowed us to get here in the first place. Someone posted a link to the NYSE FTP site that had short data. Downloaded and wrote some code to parse. Average 55.62% short volume. So short isn't shorting. I have no idea what you're referencing there. Are you talking about like short volume versus shorting? So that's very easily Googleable. Be dips like this during rebalancing. Yeah, there'll be dips and there'll be purchasing and then there'll be more dips and then more purchasing. It's going to be all over the place. I advise just kind of ignore the price this week. Uh, but for those of you listening in, we're trading at 197.65. I should probably update Reddit. I feel like it's been a minute. I need to get rid of this OBV before I get more questions about it. GameStop's higher management have to go to their internal share chest to put an end to MOASS if asked by the government. How long would the turnaround take? I mean, they could just file a share offering. I'm sure the SEC would expedite it, and then they could issue shares to end the squeeze. Not in their best interest to do that. But yeah, if push really came to shove, in like an infinity pool situation, that's something that could happen. We falling now? Not really. I don't think every drop is a short attack. I mean, this isn't. This is just like downward drift. This was with this volume back here, but this is just like drift, chop, no volume, slightly higher selling than buying. At what point would the cup and handle formation be broken as an indicator? It wouldn't be. I guess if it traded sideways past, like significantly past its breakout point. But I mean, the stock's manipulated, so that's like a consideration, right? Like most of our breakouts are shorted pretty hard. As like they also do technical analysis on their end, right? They know uh where the potential for bull side to come in is, and so hence they short that. Like it was kind of like back when we had like the big wedge, right? Like they knew the breakout point for that wedge, right? Like they knew that that was like a buy signal for bulls, and so they shorted it really hard, and it ended up going like that. So that's kind of usually what happens with our with like our breakout points. So I wouldn't expect anything different on this. Although I will say, because cup and handles so closely track volume traded over a period of time, it is harder to manipulate the outcome of them. But it's also one of the reasons they're less accurate in their outcome. You think RC will have pressure from the government to do that at like 10K? No, I don't think the government's not going to touch it unless it's posing a disastrous risk to the economy, which would be prices far above $10,000. You have to remember that, like, whether you want to believe it or not everyone's going to be like, it's not like every single person who owns the stock is going to be selling at $10 million a share, right? That's to say that, like, market psychology, which is extremely accurate, is just going to be completely incorrect. And I don't think that's going to be the case. O2 approved? Yeah, we know. Can't believe we've come down from 341. Whatever. The prices under 1,000 are irrelevant. Enjoy the dip. Can we get a picture of a cup of coffee eating a pickle? No. I've drawn my pickle for the day. He's just a chill coffee pickle watching the stock. Be like the pickle. Notice of filing partial amendment number 1 and order granting accelerated approval of proposed rule change as modified by partial amendment number 1 to amend supplemental liquidity deposit. Okay. Cool beans, Lou. Like, we only care about one thing, right? Like, do we care about the rule or do we care about the effect it has on the price? And I think I already know the answer to that, right? We care about the effect it has on the price. So if this shoots up, awesome. If it doesn't, then who gives a shit about the rule? What's behind 200, Kenny? Are you guys going to do this at every price point? Because it's just, it's silly. Did I do anything fun? No. I wrote like 8 different DDs until I finally calmed down enough to write one okay one. And then I published that, and then I went to bed. Saturday, after the members stream, I just had to like run around and try to get all the shit I needed to get done for the week done. Is it possible to smoke a fatty post MOASS with you? No, because I don't smoke fatties. What are my thoughts on Elliott Wave? Ollie, fuck you. Fuck you and fuck Elliott Wave. That's how I feel about it. Anyone have any idea what the Biden, Gensler, Fed, Puppet Man are about? They're having a meeting dealing with like climate change on the and its effect on the economy. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. They're not meeting about anything we care about. We don't need to know these things. I dealt with drunk hand banana love bombs. Possibly so, Rob. We'll see. I might do like some sort of like pickle convention where we can all meet up. I'll think about it. Although, if I get asked about Elliott Wave one more time today, it's just off the table. Have you thought about the potential impact on your mental health of streaming for months? Can you imagine another 6 months of this? I'll be fine. Bring back the locks. Meet up at the Gherkin building in London. That actually sounds pretty awesome. We should do a pickle tasting. That'd be weird. This friend, his name is Elliot. He surfs. We see your mental health deteriorating before our eyes. No, I'm just moving into a more natural state of being. Buy the Gherkin in London. Maybe. If I have enough money. I feel like I should own it, right? Do you know how the support versus resistance graph works on the WeBull analysis tab? No. I have no idea, actually, Garrett. I've never even looked at that. I'd imagine they're just two exponential curves. No new hair goal. I've been to a pickle tasting before. It's not what you think it is. Kind of like a perm, but no rollers. Interesting. This is Bo Burnham's inside. No slow descent into madness on this channel. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I don't mind explaining things. It's just like some of the things are just so like I feel like there should be more common sense, but I should also simultaneously know better. I don't see Susquehanna and Yahoo top institutional lists. I don't know when those were updated, but yeah, Susquehanna has like I think they're short though. Susquehanna's position is short. Don't you think we're gonna close near opening price yet again? Probably. Like the good old dip and then go up day, which is actually just a really long consolidating downtrend. MSM pushing oil now. Shell producers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure we're all flocking over to buy oil. Oil probably will spike if inflation goes up. To be fair, I mean, it's probably not the worst play. I don't really ever buy stocks involving oil, but I guess you could, or you could buy barrels. Just just don't get assigned. Post MOASS, we could remake it to what it should have been. Or JPAD Biden could discuss 30% inflation. Maybe. Chill Pickle's not lonely, involuntary doppelganger. Yeah, oil does like a weak dollar. It's true. And it's just like, it's just one of the things that tends to go up when inflation comes in. I just ended up with 300. My buddy, I have a friend who like trades like commodities, and he's ended up with some weird shit, and he's being fined at a port for it before. I think he ended up with like some obscene amount of bushels of corn, and he had to try to like figure out how to get rid of it. It's an interesting market. I don't mess with any of that stuff because it's just like I don't want to deal with. First of all, it's like the risk is a lot higher in the commodities market. Things move quick. I can't find the oil cap in the Tesla. Car dealer ripped me off. There's like under each wheel in the motor, there's like a way to put oil in the electric motor, I think. And the electric motors. 23rd, 24th, T plus things still T plus things still a thing for this week. Yeah, there's like T plus stuff going on this week. I don't know what days it's happening on. But there's a lot of shit this week, right? Like we talked about this last week, how we moved from these like periods of low probability for MOASS to high probability. We're I firmly believe we're entering a high probability area. It's pretty hilarious. I've definitely like I've seen some stuff happen to my friend who does it, but like I've heard stories that were funny as hell. Like ending up with like containers of pigs. How low do you think we could go before seeing a rebound? No idea, man. 157, right? That's still technically the known floor. Like we haven't set a floor at any other price point officially besides 157. So unless they announce a new higher floor for the most recent at the money offering, that's our current one. Pickle juice. Don't be a dickle, bro. Containers of pigs. Yeah. Pork belly futures and so on. Jimmy starts with good news under creative dividends, market collapse, SEC closing loopholes. Yeah, those and also Stefan, uh, rebalancing of the S&P indices and the Russell indices, the T plus cycle. Can you put a beanie on the pickle? No, I don't like beanies. I would never put one on a pickle. That's just like a pickle condom. That's no. I'll be back in 1 hour for the first liquidation. T plus something. It's T plus 21. Do you know where your pickles are? I don't think he needs a hat. Every time I see a grown man wearing a beanie and it's not the winter, I think it just looks like a condom. Yeah, I would say we're entering a period of relatively higher probability for MOASS in the coming like couple weeks. This week and next week. Socks aren't condoms. Well, feet aren't dicks. Lazy weasel. Touche. There's so spy gently kindly that the cloud world. Cloud world it has been living is coming to an end. We'll let the spy figure that out on its own. Coffee pickle, get a cookies cap. Yeah, I know. The beanie was real popular in LA for a while. It probably still is. Shouldn't 005 put a stop to the FTD cycle? Uh, shouldn't laws against naked shorting prevent naked shorting? And yet, here we are. Dr. T says 005 it's nothing. Yeah, I know, Mr. Diggs. Yeah, nobody trusts the government, but all of a sudden the DTCC, the SEC, and the NSCC putting rules into effect means that they're going to do something? No. No opinion, Daniel Taylor. Why are people wearing woolen hats in the heat of LA? Um, they think it makes them look cool. From the 342, this looks exactly like March 10th peak and the price drop. I mean, the price drop wasn't nearly as extreme. Well, then what if that's the pattern, right? What if that just keeps repeating, right? We just keep peaking and then landing on a floor and then peaking and then landing on a floor, but the floor keeps getting higher, right? You know, that may be what we have to deal with here until we reach the point where it triggers. These hedge funds have a lot of money. They can ride this for a while, you know? Unless something extreme happens which forces their hand. I know what you mean, Dan. Almost an exponential floor? Yeah, except not drawn the way it was drawn. But this would only be the second possible confirmation of that, right? So like this isn't like like that's not a pattern that we can really confirm, cuz like what if this is shorter, right? Like what if this period from the spike, like this was like say this was March, right? And we had the run up and we came down and we kind of traded like this, and then this is June. Well, June was kind of the same peak, wasn't it? So we trade sideways, and then June, and then we trade sideways. So what if this isn't as long? Like, what if this like spikes again in June, right? And then trade sideways, and then spikes again in July, and then trade sideways. Like these could keep getting shorter. Like the frequency of these spikes could keep narrowing. They may spike higher than 350. So maybe it was like 380. This is 350 and this is 350. Like, so this pattern's not really like a confirmed pattern until we see it play out more times. But what we can do is we can see when that's going to happen, right? Um, I mean, like the last run up coincided perfectly with several technical indicators. Like we had the end of that wedge, we had the BBKC squeeze, we had, you know, that upwards ascending trend that took us all the way up to, you know, 344 or whatever we peaked at. And then we had the share offering, which brought us down. But like, it's very possible that the share offering just brought us down temporarily and we moved right back into that pattern. Elliott wave. That's not really how Elliott waves work, but 1046 to 1156. This, yes, this was shorting. You can see by the volume spike, there was some shorting right here in the earlier part of the day. It looks like there was an attempt to drive the price down to 200. while the volume was low, it's a good opportunity to move the price around. They don't like any number above $5. So it's not like they don't like 350. They don't like any upward number at all. Every number, every time the stock goes up, that's bad for them. Whether it be 180 or 200 or 250 or 300 or 350, none of these numbers offer a benefit to the shorts that are short on the stock at, $8, $5, $3, $20, $40, $120. I mean, like, it's not like they've stopped shorting it, right? The original DD on the FTD cycle said it would spike more and more often. Um, yeah, but now it's like relegated to this like 21-day cycle. I don't know. I remember the original FTD cycle DD, but I'd have to find it again. I know I saved it. What indicator other thing did you use to predict the Giga March crash bull trap? Oh, like when I sold my covered calls, part of like a large part of that was that Market Watch had reported that we were trading at like $111 like 30 minutes before it happened, right? Um which kind of tells you that like they did a quant analysis, right? On how much they could crash the price, and someone leaked that to the news desk. Right. That's how Market Watch knew ahead of time, is that the short funds had done an analysis on like, if we sell this number of shares with like the current stop losses that we can see showing up in the order book, like how far can we bring the price down? Because they can see those. Just so you guys know, if you have a stop loss or a trailing stop loss, those are visible on better order books. Um, Ones that you don't really have access to as retail, but they did an analysis on that and that got leaked. And I saw that article pop up right here on WeBull, actually, like 30 minutes before the crash happened, and that was a big part of why I thought the crash was going to happen. There was a couple other indicators though, and that volume was dying off. So like the FOMO that had brought us up to 350 was dropping off. We hit some dojis, then the stock crashed. I didn't know it was going to crash. Like, I wasn't sure it was going to crash as hard as it did, but I knew it was going to come down and it would be a little while before it came back up again. At least to those levels. It turned out that it ended up being like a couple months before it came back up to those levels. Did Warden predict this? No, I'm not saying they work. Canesta. Although there is a consensus on how they should be drawn. All right, I'm going to go hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. For those of you listening in, we crossed back up over 200. We're now trading at 202.85. And I'm back. Just in time for a lovely VWAP projection. Fantastic. Are the Dans reeing in chat again? Don't be a Dan, guys. Doge getting destroyed. Oh, maybe I'll buy another $10 worth. Maybe, Jim, I just leave on weak uptrends because I know nothing crazy is going to happen while I'm gone. TR buy one pickle peas. I still have an absurd amount of Dogecoin. I probably should have sold it when it hit like 70 cents. Hey, Free Reign. We're trading at 202. I'm actually going to update Reddit real quick. I have a Take 5 hidden in my desk. That's not a bad candy bar. Yeah, we covered 002. God damn it, Hal. What's my favorite candy bar? Reese's Fast Break is my favorite candy bar. They're amazing. That or Score, which I feel like a lot of people don't know about, but those are delicious as well. Oh, dang, I missed the 002 talk. But you know what was said, don't you, C. Santos? Fast Break slaps. Alright, let's see if we turn around. I want to retest VWAP. I'm tired of this sideways bullshit. Can you cover Addo a bit covering 002? Is that what he's doing right now? I'm more than happy to. I haven't felt the soft caress of his beard tendrils in many a day. Reese's Fast Breaks have so much sugar in them. Dude, I haven't had one in like a year. Calm down, Dr. K. Biggest Lara Bar supporter ever, dude. Junior Mints gang? You know, I know somebody who really, really loves Junior Mints, and I don't understand it at all. Girk, what's the end game here? I've seen many a supposed catalyst come and go. I mean, the shorts have to cover, right? Who gives a shit about the rest of it? That's the end game, is the shorts have to cover. And we really haven't had any big catalysts, if you think about it. We've had a lot of overhyped catalysts, but we haven't had any, like, really big ones. Oh, yeah, I know. I buy them on Amazon. I'll buy a box of scores, like, once a year on Amazon and just keep it also hidden from everybody in my house. Well, now you know me. Of bid being higher than the ask. The bid's not higher than the ask, but that would indicate that a stock is overbought. Score is a Heath bar with tastier chocolate. It's also got tastier toffee. What would be a really big catalyst? An announcement of an overvote. An announcement of what they plan on doing with their $2 billion. Could be decent. The market crashing would be a big catalyst. Major institutional buy-ins on GameStop could be a huge catalyst. These are all, Reese's sticks are great too, but these are all things that, like, we haven't really seen. We've seen a lot of nothing, hyped up nothing as catalysts, and what that does is, like I've said this before, is it just leaves people feeling like nothing's ever going to happen, right? Because, like, they build up these catalysts so big and they're really nothing. Like, I was telling people weeks before the shareholder meeting, like, don't make a big deal out of it because nothing's going to probably happen. Yeah, Ryan and Cohen increasing his stake, but that's also along the lines of a large institutional buy-in, right? Yeah, acquisitions, a crypto dividend, even though I think it's highly unlikely, that could be one. What's the Reese's sticks? I heard. Thanks, man. Like, the technical indicators are cool, right? Because they show us when a good time for bulls to move in is, right? Like, that's really all we can do, is we can just kind of plot and figure out when the best, strategically the best places for bulls to move on the stock is. Does that mean they will? Not necessarily, right? I like Charleston chews too, but I find that very often they're not fresh. And nothing is worse than a stale Charleston chew. Yeah, good quarter after quarter of good earnings, you know, is just steady growth potential. If the Dans could please for Chris, son of Dan, it's dad. The OG Dan. That would be appreciated. Or maybe even go so far as to sacrifice another Dan. Lara Bar or Stale Charleston Chew. Stale Charleston Chew still tastes good. They're just very hard to chew. Your VWAP line doesn't line up with mine on TradingView. Okay. I don't know. Use WeBull, and then they'll look the same. Like everyone has like small irregularities in how they program them, but I'm pretty sure that this is also VWAP 14. Yes, it is. Are you using a logarithmic chart, Poker Degen? You got it, Chris. Sorry to hear that about your dad, man. I hope he turns it around. All billionaire firstborns to be called Dan. I'm not I'm not having a child named Dan. TradingView doesn't use real market data unless you pay for it. Oh yeah, that's true also. They use like OBOE, right? Which shouldn't matter on longer time scales, but on the 1 minute, CBOE. Bollinger Casey combining on SPY. That's probably not good for the SPY. Or it is. Is that on the 1 minute? Are you looking at BBKC on the 1 minute? Because that's not the time scale that indicator is designed for, my friend. I can't remember the last time they borrowed Jamie from iBarrow during normal trading hours. It must have been weeks at this point. Weird. No, they borrowed it Friday. There was borrowing going on Friday. How much is Kenny blowing per day to keep this going? Who knows? But maybe he's making an equal amount, right? From somewhere else. That's the beauty of hedge funds, is these guys are not in the business of fucking losing money. Let me tell you. If they've got to spend, $20 million a day to keep their GameStop position alive. That just means they have to make $20 million somewhere else, right? And when your net capital is like 380 million, this isn't a hard goal to achieve. And yeah, the cost of that's going to increase over time, but it takes time. I'm naming my firstborn Dannon after the yogurt. NSC 002 approved with partial amendments. We know, small boy. Thanks for. We're aware. It doesn't mean it's in effect. It means it's approved. Also, even if it goes into effect, they just may not do anything with it, right? That doesn't mean they have to enforce it. That's Elliot looking. In effect, as of Wednesday? What's the source for that? VWAP. Anyone has whale friends, convince them to pump $5 billion in. That'd do it, yeah. That'd be a major catalyst. I can tell you're getting burnt out. We were doing cup and the cup and handle is confirmed, Chris. It's confirmed by other indicators. There's a wedge there too. I've told people that if they want to have like a fun technical analysis exam, show me the wedge. Because there's a nice little triangle you can draw in there somewhere. I want to see who gets it right. That way I know whose opinion to respect. DTCC website. Okay, cool. So in effect on Wednesday, well, I'm just going to get a lot of dicks drawn on charts. Or just pictures of dicks. Pictures of dicks, not technical analysis. Isn't a computer enforcing it? Maybe. Oh, did you guys drop the stream? YouTube doing funkies. I showed you my wedge, now show me yours. Yeah, I think that's on YouTube's end. My connection is looking really good. Let me look back. Like a couple minutes. Yeah. No interruptions on my connection. So it's got to be something on YouTube's end. YouTube's still not the best streaming platform. From what I understand, margin calls are automated now. That's probably a good thing. The whole point is that the enforcement is automated. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Don't put your eggs in any basket except GME. And even then, you know, that's up to you. I've put my eggs in the GME basket. But definitely don't trust that any enforcement or rules that go into place are going to have some sort of dramatic effect, right? Don't get hyped on shit that could end up disappointing you in the long run. If it does, if it goes into effect on Wednesday and the stock price shoots through the fucking roof, then we'll know, right? Then we'll have confirmation that they're doing something with this rule. Stuck phone and vegetable spread. Yeah, I'd assume the rules are well, they're to protect the DTCC, right? They're not necessarily, or the NSCC, they're not necessarily designed to protect short hedge funds. Net short hedge funds are not super commonplace. Posted my TA exam wedge in the RGMA chat room. No, you have to DM it to me. I don't want to go. I'm not going to go digging through the fucking RG, like the GME chat room. This is where you guys make the mistake. If you want me to see something, send it to me. Don't post it in the chat. Don't tag me in it. I'll never find it. I'm not going to go scouring through the 400 messages or 500 messages from today to find your fucking triangle. Yeah, these rules are definitely to keep this from happening again. Mic in and out for you? That's weird. Audio's dropping out. Post it in our Dillionaires for maximum results. Yeah, reload the stream. Audio's fine. YouTube's definitely having some issues. Damn, Zakir caught that one quick. Good job, dude. Are we having a popular day today? Is that what's going on? The casino guys are back. Last week was dead in here. We were super dead. As always, guys, if you can, please drop a like. It's a huge help for the channel at a very small cost to you. And if you want to see more of our videos that are coming out, make sure you subscribe. If you don't want to do those things, fucking dislike it, leave. Go watch Matt Kors. He'll tell you all about how going to the movies is going to make you rich. And if you want to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below where you can facilitate that desire. Secures the Chuck Norris of mods. What kind of Federal Reserve rules is that? What? Hold on. Let's scroll down. So JPEG gives away the collateral, but never debts against the T-bill books. What kind of Federal Reserve? JPOW doesn't know what he's doing, man. That's why he's chairman of the Fed. It's true. I'll do an upvote. Wait, you're just hanging out in here not upvoting? Dr. K? I'll let you know if the wedge drawing's correct after the stream is over when I look at it. If you were Ryan Cohen and Matt Furlong, how would you play it? I just keep making positive announcements. Well, the first thing I would do is get a bunch of capital together, right? Which they've done. Then I would get the old leadership out. And then I would begin to slowly start leaking positive announcements, building them up like a crescendo, further trapping any shorts that might think that they're getting in now at a good deal. And then I would drop a big bomb on all of it and let the short positions blow up so that my stock could realize its true market value, and then I could be paid appropriately for my work. There's some glitch today. I upvoted 3 times now. So you like cats more than you like Matt Kors? Yeah, I do. I like cats a lot. I like cats more than most people. But I'm not like a cat person. Like, I don't have a cat. I just like what they're about. Like, they don't like me. I don't like them. But I'll feed them. It's a hate-hate relationship. And I enjoy this. So you're saying you would do exactly what it is they've been doing? For the most part, yeah. Oh, and I might just drop just enough interest to keep my shareholders on board for the ride. Because I need them. I need them to affect the squeeze to get the short off my stock. Right? Like, I need them to hold. So I would drop just enough hints to keep them hyped without, pissing off the SEC too much. I don't have any animals. I'm not going to take care of something. It's stupid. My goal is just to, like, get my neighbors' cats to betray my neighbors. But not really to own a cat, you know? I don't hate you, though. Cat doc, humble brag. Yeah, like tweeting out memes, playing to their interests. Because if they don't hold, I can't squeeze. It's almost like everything that's happening is just supposed to be happening. And everyone needs to just calm down and let it all play out. I've heard your pet human child multiple times, Garrick. Don't lie. Is what you heard what you think you heard, though? That's the real question here, Ryan. Yep, I know. 002 in effect as of Wednesday. Okay, so at least that's dispelled all the people that are being like, or that are going to come in here and be like, 002 today, let's go. Dang, this guy's made for a hedge fund. They've tried to hire me in the past, but I think I make more money on my own. And then I don't have a boss, which is a huge, huge plus. I've had a job offer or two thrown my way, though. Not that I've actively like seeked out jobs in that field. Create a poll on your channel's community tab. Do this after every stream, and your YouTube traffic will go up. What do I poll, Dr. K? See, I feel like if I was better at YouTubing, this channel would be much bigger. But I don't really understand all the things that go into it. You have to remember, before this, I simply browsed Reddit. Like, you guys can look at my post history, and it's like basically fucking non-existent. Like, all the way back through like me being in college. I just lurked. I just like read shit and move on with my life. Like, so this is my first foray into what is social media. I still hate social media, but it's interesting. Is red the new green? It only matters to get people to click a choice. Interesting. Okay, I can do polls. Winner gets one of your CX stocks. So I just PayPal the winner $8. Draw a small board on the stream with things we know to kind of prevent people from hopping on and announcing. Yeah, I could do that. Let's start with this one. I'll do more as they come up. Cats versus dogs. You're on a speech to voice delay now? Really? Okay, I mean, everything on my end looks good. So, if there's some issues, it's definitely vis-a-vis YouTube. I understand that a speech to, like, an audio delay like that is maybe the most annoying thing to watch in the world. So, I don't feel bad if you leave, but try refreshing it. Are you selling NFT pickle drawings yet? No? Maybe I should auction a pickle drawing for like charity or something. Or like, well, not charity, but like for cash for me to go like give to a homeless guy. If you refresh, it fixes the delay. Okay, there you go. That's why the most popular YouTuber thing you hear on it. But that shit's annoying, Windmill Willie. I don't want to be like I want the channel to be successful, but only in the interest of getting more people in here and learning like real information about GameStop instead of like what the media tells them or what they can decipher on their own on Super Stonk, right? Like that's the only reason I want the stream to be more successful than it is. And like I don't feel like I'm going to get that by being like, "Oh yeah, let me know down in the comments and drop a like or a subscribe, smash that like button, guys." And as always, check out my Patreon for blah 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 and my merch store and I don't want to be that. I hate that. That drives me nuts. Or like, hey guys, let's take a minute to talk about Tiblia. Like, ugh. I'm forecasting a lot of new disposable income going to Jimmy. That'd be awesome, right? The more holders, the better. I'll never leave. Don't you dare leave the stream. The bed sheet, the microphone hiss and hum. Yeah. Remember those days? That's true. Technically, if you do download a Pickle NFT to a flash drive, you can boof it. And then you could post that on our Dillionaires, and then you too could be internet famous. Follow your instincts on the YouTube tip. Boof that like button. Donate for the secrets of VWAP. I already did that. No one ever did, but I ended up with a perm. I don't want you to be too successful where we have. Well, why don't you let me know about that down in the comments, Mr. Diggs? This rant has been brought to you by Skillshare. Oh, man. Thanks, guys. On flat sideways days, I'd love for you to say, hey, this is. So you want me to go into what RSI is? I've covered this on the stream before. You know, maybe I'll just make like a series of videos about each technical indicator. They could be like 30 seconds long, and then people could be like, oh, what's this one? And they could just go look it up. Maybe that'd be like a cool thing to do with some free time. Not that I have any free time, but I'm sure you could grant the mods to do community poll questions. You actually can't grant mods on YouTube like access to the channel pages. Like you can, but it gives them access to a lot of other shit as well. But yeah, you can't really have like extra users. Did I miss a good rant? No, you didn't miss anything. You can also rewind, right? You can rewind like 15 minutes and then increase the playback speed, and then you'll just like catch up with us eventually. There you go. They pass 002 or we're stuck tight at 200. Coincidence? Think not. Probably. Probably a coincidence. Yeah, well, they're like, so I think the reason for that ecstasy is like, they are everything I hate, right? Like I spent a few months watching all of them, and then I settled on watching Warden because he wasn't too bad. Although in the end, he did start to get to the point where he was only answering like Ko-Fi questions and stuff as his channel got more popular. But like Matt Kors and Trey Trades and all of them, and like even Bruce, I just couldn't do it. And so I was like when people started asking me to start streaming, when I started doing the live charting, um, like my goal was to never be anything like them. It should just be me reading the Investopedia page. It probably would be, right? Because I wouldn't want to misinform anybody. Could all the pickles let their powers combine to create Captain Pickle? That sounds like a lot of drawing during MOASS, and that's not going to happen. Yeah, I'm going to create a Patreon and put up a video explaining VWAP, and it's just $400. Or I'll sell it on the merch store. I'd have to encode it some way, though, so it can't be copied or ripped. I wouldn't want people then rehypothecating my VWAP video for like $150. I think it's a fantastic idea. 30-second clip on your WeBull settings. Jesus Christ. My WeBull is just set at default. Yeah, it would definitely save me some time in the long run. You know what I want to do? I want to record like 30 seconds of the videos at the beginning of every trading day addressing like each DD and news event from the night before, so I don't have to talk about it in the stream. How to short Jimmy for a friend. You go borrow some shares and then you sell them onto the market. And then that's it. There's nothing, apparently, nothing comes after that generic habit. Apparently, you just sell those shares and you're done. You take the money and you go your way. That's currently the system we're in. If you see the last hour or so, it's hugging the 200 line. Seems like it's dancing on the line. Yeah. Well, that's like I told you guys that a long time ago about like support resistance, right? They have like a gravitational pull. So let's just call it orbiting. It's orbiting the 200 resistance. You're doing great. Thanks, man. Too many baby Johnsons. Is this a pennant on the chart? Only if you want it to be. No, there's one there, but it's not really formed by volume or substance. It's just nonsense signal. It means nothing. It could break either way. There's like no supporting volume. Yep. Mark Bano. Look in the top left corner of the screen, please. I watched Bruce for 2 to 3 weeks, and he really helped me with just the basics of understanding the market. Then jumped to Warden, learned a bit more. Then to you, and now I'm a professional trader. I mean, yeah, I guess if you've made money trading, you are a professional trader in the most technical sense. Everyone could also start liking posts in the Pickle Financial Community tab. That'd be cool. Yeah, you guys could do that if you want to. I'm not going to like hound you on it. Would you ever read and critique DDs on stream? I might critique DDs on stream. But no, I haven't done that because I feel like ultimately I'm not Andrew Mo Money. I don't have a dog that I need to feed with donations. And then my critique of most DDs would be very negative. And I feel like that could create like a trend where either I'm hated, which I kind of already am, but more hated, or it would disincentivize people to write DDs because they're like, oh, I don't want my DD to get like bashed, you know, and like we don't want that either, right? Because like good ideas can come from previously unknown sources. So it's kind of twofold. Have you seen Simulate and Trade on YouTube? No. Most of the YouTube day traders are scam artists, to be fair. Like, they're all selling like a product or some bullshit that goes along with like their YouTube channel. I'm not saying all of them are, but most of the ones I've run into are. Orbit, like the gum? Yeah. What causes orbiting? An equalization of buy and sell pressure, Stefan, around that resistance. As a 200 is a big psychological resistance, right? Like long doesn't want it going lower, short wants it to go lower, back and forth, back and forth. And currently they're just, they both equally don't want it to move. So like short doesn't want it going below, long doesn't want it going above, and they both want the same thing, the exact same amount. And that leaves us where we are now. Flat. What are your feelings on this 1 minute cup and handle supported by Elliot Macarena? You've described it perfectly. Why is the spy not dead yet? I thought America was just a fugazi. Because America doesn't like to let things die. Cool daddy. That's why. Citadel and Kenny comes to you and tells you to get him out of this. What do? The next out I think they have would be a market crash. So hedge a market crash and hope the market tanks. And then hope paper hands take hold during a market crash. I don't think it's going to happen for them the way they think, if that's the plan. But that's like the next like possible out that I could see them throwing their weight at. You have to be careful. Like they have to be careful because if they try too hard, they'll exhaust their resources, right? Because it's a battle of attrition, and then if they exhaust their resources, they get margin called. Ordered saying drop until end of day Wednesday. Okay, cool. So he's just betting on call options coming in on low IV. Thanks for posting the exit strat, Han. And the printable version of the exit strat. DTCC. We know, Stefan. Do I need to highlight this? Back to being a penny stock. Oh, it's better than not being a stock at all, right? Just right. Counter DD, dispelling the DD using the super. Some of them are, I feel like, are such a waste of my time to dispel. I don't think I need to dispel them, and then it just generates like hate from like the current group that like is liking that. It's dissenting opinions are not appreciated in echo chambers. Although I feel like they should get, like now that they don't have Warden anymore, they should get a mod that knows something about financial or technical analysis to go around and debunk DDs.
I think that's kind of one of the issues is like they don't really have a mod that's very knowledgeable in the markets. I mean, knowledgeable in the sense that like they know about what's going on, but not knowledgeable in the sense of like actual market experience or, you know, uh, academic preparation of any kind. Real professional streamers make money by getting perms, not pushing a product. Are we gonna run after this consolidation? Maybe down. Have we watched Trade Spotting? Nope. I don't have a lot of time to watch. I've seen like 30 seconds of a video of his. I can't understand his TA. Yeah, I think a market crash will upset most holders. I think a market crash will cause a massive selling of retail positions because a lot of retail positions are new and they've never invested before. But I don't think it's going to affect GME the way it does other stocks. So I think there's a lot of people involved in the markets right now that haven't been previously on other positions that are definitely going to sell in the event of a market crash, which that accelerates the market crash. But that's just like kind of a factor of like unemployment bonuses and stimulus checks and people, you know, investing that money. Yeah, I don't think a market crash would push us down to 40 again. That's far fetched. I mean, God, if it did, I'd buy so much more. It's the one regret I have is that I didn't buy more at 40. And I bought a lot at 40. Like, it's the SPY intraday Wyckoff. Uh, if it came down super hard in the next like hour, maybe. I don't want to be an SS mod. Not at all. Yeah, in the exit strat, all the candles are on the 1 minute. This is ridiculous. Is it possible to buy the proverbial share that breaks the camel's back? Probably not. I don't even know if it's possible to buy an actual share of GameStop right now. Like I think they're all owned already. Han Banan, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Headphones off? Yeah, they were. Wait, have other people donated and I just haven't heard? If that's the case, I'm sorry, guys. I know. Just saying. Thank you, Han. Yeah, I would never want to be a mod of Super Stonk. Absolutely not. Nope. Won't do it. People on Super Stonk are saying Adabit does TA. That's all I'm going to say. That's all you need to say. Pickle juice. Charlie's vid, he just scours SEC, DTCC. For what? There's only so much information there. They don't have like, there's not like a ton of information on either of those websites that's available to the public. Say it with me. NVIDIA. Okay. Did you read discussion about BlackRock is not your friend? Yeah, BlackRock's not our friend. BlackRock doesn't give a flying fuck about us. BlackRock is arguably one of the most evil financial institutions around. If they're on our side, awesome. But that's more of like the enemy of my enemy as my friend, right? We just short attack every day and we can't fight back with buy pressure. Yeah, pretty much. But eventually buy pressure will come in from another source, right? Yeah, I don't need anything that comes with that. Thoughts on the 21-day cycle? Is it, I don't know. It's sometime this week. Doesn't matter. It's 2 times this week, I think. I think there's like a 35 and a 21, but also 35 and 21 might be the same thing. Once you start getting into the T plus DDs, it all gets very confusing because they're all kind of on their own thing. What if becoming a mod of Super Stonk caused a huge rift and most of the people left to go join Mega Stonk? Would you do it then? No. Are the rich capitalists my friends? BlackRock. BlackRock has way more money than Citadel does. Yeah, that's actually a very good comparison. BlackRock is like Russia in World War II. Like, we don't want to work with them, but we have to. Adabit does research, not TA. Yeah, that's a good. That's nice. Take a look at this Dipsy Doodle. How do you not get tired? Because I care, Finn M. Deep down at the bottom of this, my ultimate mission is to inform more people on how they don't really have to be poor. Being poor is just it's just an effect of not having money. I like to remain mysterious, Han. Yeah, it's simple. Stop being poor. Stop eating avocado toast. Yeah, that's a good start. The new Rome DD. I almost named my DD this weekend Checkmate, just to get out ahead of it. Before people start posting things about like 660 chess. That's the next one. That's the next stop. Is they're gonna like try to interview like Magnus Carlsen or something. Be like, what do you think about this? I don't know why they don't try to interview Burry. He loves spouting his opinions. Maybe I'll interview Burry. I'll see if I can get Burry on the stream, guys. And this is why I didn't name it Checkmate. Newest hot pepper, I think, is named Armageddon. I don't know what comes after that. Purgatory. We can name the next one Demon Fire or Dragon's Breath. You can come up with all kinds of shit, right? If Burry says no, can you get Christian Bale? Probably not. We wouldn't understand his ramblings. He's not that bad in interviews. I've watched interviews with him. Yeah, well, like, that's the thing is, like, Burry loves platforms, and this is a platform, albeit a small one. He loves to be heard, and so maybe he'd be interested in being on here. Like, he can't go on Fox News, right? And be like, the market's crashing, everybody sell. Because he's just doing that to, you know, fill his, like, make sure his puts print. Name the next DD, call it ambulance, but not for me. Thoughts of a dip until Wednesday to 180? Possible. But I think we're going to do the yield like down up for today. Do you think you could debate Burry if he disagrees with my DD? That's tough. Maybe. I'd try. I mean, there's nobody I won't argue with. It might make me look like an idiot, but I'm okay with that. I mean, like, if it takes Michael Burry to make me look like a moron, then so be it. Can you imagine Burry's DD names? So that's like one of his interesting things. I think it's because he can't equate like selective equality. Like I've heard him like talk about it in like interviews, and I don't think he can like he can't process that. So like things like affirmative action or stuff like that, like he can't mentally comprehend them. So I know his views on that are just like awful, right? But like I really think it's because he can't factor that in. Like he just thinks everything should be like static and equal, like across the spectrum, and there's no allowance for variance in that for him. But yeah, his political leanings are pretty far fetched. I would not want to get into an argument about politics with him. I've seen other people try to do it in interviews. It doesn't it doesn't work out well for I think either party. It just gets more confusing. Ultimate TD would be called GME. You can quit your job now. Yes, the board members of GameStop do have a fiduciary duty to the shareholders. Across the spectrum was a fitting term. Yeah. Yeah, spikes in volume, but it's not going the way I want it to. Well, it's not just affirmative action. That's just an example of one of the many things that he disagrees with. Did you address the 50 billion withdrawals on some Chase accounts? No, because I don't know if that has anything to do with us. Like, it's funny. I'm glad I don't have Chase. Warden said it would go to 140 when we went past 300. Yeah. I don't think Warden's paid by anybody. I mean, except like his viewership. Oh no, he has like a job now. Warden is Mo money. Can we talk about the dance? You've live charted for 42 episodes, 10 more, and you can release a new pickle drawing NFT every week for a year. Good to know. If you spent the accidental 50 billion on GME all at the same time, uh, it would become the most valuable company in the world very, very quickly. Origin is a false prophet. What if I see a market crash happening at MOASS? I mean, like a market crash could cause MOASS. That's like a huge catalyst for MOASS to occur because the net capital of short hedge funds would get greatly reduced in one fell swoop. Sounds like a bank error, like just a big mistake. Or just nonsense. Like it's just nothing, right? It's just like people have like pinned a thing on it. Yeah, and how much they've posted in chat, complete with charting. Yeah, Russell 1000 can be a catalyst component. The move to Russell 1000 is much bigger than just ETFs. There's mutual funds that track it. There's funds that will buy into GameStop purely because it's now listed there, aside from the ETFs and mutual funds. It makes it a much more attractive investment. Like if you look historically at the rate of growth of companies after they've been added to the Russell 1000, it's definitely a leap forward. It will be official as of the 27th, I believe, right? Is that the following Monday? 28th, sorry. It'll be official as of the 28th. So on market open on the 28th, GME will be in the Russell 1000. Yeah, that's possible. Thunder Fury. They also use um their members in order to bolster their collateral anyway. They've done that forever. What does IWM rerun today raise any bull flags for you? Is that a stock? No. I don't really have any opinions on it. Sure about the heat wave in the US? Kenny is heating the environment to keep the MOASS from happening. I mean, while probably inadvertently responsible for lots of negative climate change, I don't think Kenny's heating up the planet currently or directly. I mean, I guess they keep those lights on at Citadel an awful lot. Relatable to GME, just general market info and something we don't need to really track daily. I don't think it's something that we need to like. It's not something that's like bad to pay attention to daily, but I don't think it's like that important. Like, I don't think something's gonna happen there that suddenly affects GameStop, like out of the blue. From what I understand of it. Doesn't the Russell rebalancing start on the 25th after hours? Yes, it does. No, it doesn't start on the 25th after hours. It's going on all this week. It finalizes after hours on the 25th. On the 28th, they would be removed. Just wondering if short hedge fund buying back their ETF shorts in the Russell 2000. I mean, they need to, right? Those have to be covered before those shares can be sold. How do you feel about previous TA that Warden has done? Do you respect his knowledge on the stock market? I mean, as someone who has read technical analysis of the financial markets, I know where he's coming from. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see him work his way through the book. I guess he's very new to it, I think. He gets caught up in a lot of things that aren't really relevant sometimes. But that's like what new people do, right? Like they say things like, is that a cup and handle on the intraday? Loose stool after Chipotle. GME. That sounds bullish to me, man. The reason why Jimmy would be eligible for the 1000 but not selected for it, like with the SEC investigation. No, the Russell 1000 inclusion, although I'm pretty sure they've already confirmed GME, is just based on market cap. Small cap, micro cap, large cap, mid cap. How will the chart react when they get to factoring GME into R1K? Do you think we'll see action before rebalancing concludes? Probably. We also have the S&P indice rebalance, and I think GME is like the largest company in the S&P 600. So it's weighted really heavily there now, where it wasn't before, but it is now. There's some interesting shit this week. The S&P indices have to report short interests on the 24th, which could be possibly a catalyst. I don't know how they hide it from them. Like, we know how they hide short positions from the SEC, but I'm not sure how they hide it. I don't know what kind of investigation like Standard & Poor does in regards to short shares. Do you know about 002? No, why don't you tell me all about it, Sebastian? Spy testing 421. Yep. It's okay. So it saw us at first coming. Happen through this week or next week after it's finalized. It would happen through this week. This is considered like this week of the rebalancing is considered one of the like highest volume and volatility weeks of the market year. I don't know where added to it finds the time between. You mean raising barns, Holy? What's SPY volume at today? It's like 43 million. It's got a ton of volume today. Compare that to Friday. It's still early. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. We should delete this thing about 002 real fast though. I want to start playing options based entirely on my daily experiences. Chipotle, bubble gut, puts on Chipotle, comfy socks, calls on wool. So you're like a sentiment investor? I think that's a thing. That's what I did with Lara bars. I made money. Yeah, besides buying a depreciating asset, no. When SPX moves, it's very volatile though, so like you do kind of have to watch them a lot. But generally you don't like invest long term in an asset that depreciates, right? So say we make it big at MOASS, would you contribute to invest in the market, continue to invest in the market, seeing how corrupt it's been and now? Dude, I already knew about all the corruption in the market, like long before the whole GameStop saga. This has been going on for years. The markets have been corrupt forever. Yeah, I'd still invest in them because even though they're corrupt, I can still put my money in and then it turns into more money. And I like that. But yeah, I don't think I've learned a single new thing about market corruption through this whole experience. I know a lot of people have that were not involved deeply in the financial markets before this, but nothing that's been written about hasn't been written about before. People like Trimbath have been writing about this shit for 20 years, you know? This has been going on a long time. It's cool that a larger portion of the public is aware. I hope that answers some of your question, Holy Saber. Tomorrow preparation for having to cover the move from Arlong. Possibly. But like there's also going to be like Jacob, they have to recall the shares back to the ETFs that are selling them. So like the price will have to go up before it can come down, and then it'll go up again as the shares are rebought. And then with 005 and 002 in place, who knows if they can now short the Russell 1000 ETFs the same way. Again, Russell 1000 rebalancing, net positive, but we'll see how it plays out. What kind of yacht am I buying? I don't know. I haven't even done yacht shopping yet. I'm very unprepared for being super rich. But, I figure I'll use that time that I'm rich to go do my yacht shopping. Open interest on calls are abnormally low for the next couple of weeks. Seems to me like institutions might be waiting for something. Or it seems like quad witching was last Friday. And so a lot of the quarterly options all just expired. DFV not tweeting, is that bullish or bearish? Maybe I don't know. He seemed like he was kind of tired of tweeting last week. He's got like a lot of money right now. Like he could go do other things. Lambo yacht is a no-brainer. Today is boring. I'm gonna go rewatch Battle for 300 Part 2. Yeah, my AMC puts are up. They're up like not a lot. Like $680. Oh no, I'll step foot on a boat, but that boat will be anchored in a shallow harbor. I'm thinking more like 100, 200, 300 foot yacht. Like a pool. So I don't want to swim in the ocean. That's gross. No, I'm not boofing a pickle. I want an electric Lambo hatchback. Maybe, Steven. I don't know. Only you can choose what price you sell at. I can't sell your shares for you. I'm not afraid of the water. I'm just not stupid enough to go in it. 300 feet, you're looking at 200 mil. So be it. That sounds like 2 call options to me. Maybe 3. The third one's for taxes, upkeep, and maintenance. Oh, land. Like, oh, 10 acres of land and a truck. Yeah, I don't like my family that much. I don't want to compound for them. It's just more buy pressure. Yeah, more buy pressure, better entry point. Most technical indicator breakouts signal a bearish buy signal or a good entry point. And so that's the way in which they're self-fulfilling, is that if, or a bullish buy signal. If the bulls come in, the price goes up. Sarek, you've said that like 7 times, man. We know it's rigged. If you're getting on a boat, know the implication. Good entry on SPXS calls. I'd imagine when the market is up. Like, I should actually probably buy a couple more right now. Options. Calls. 25. Let's see if I can get them for like 18, 17. Try to get 2 at 17. Hmm. My phone is auto copying my last message. Flaccid sheeple is a people. Down 60% on my 800 calls. Nice. uh, I want the statistics on how many people die in cocaine-fueled prostitute orgies after MOASS. That's what I want to know. I'm down 40% on my bearish calls for the market. The gang buys a boat. I've seen the episode. It's not filling? Is the SPY gonna come down now? You fucking prick. 20? Yeah, I know. There we go. That lowered my cost average 10%. Asking the important questions. If we have to spend another few weeks fighting for 180, I'm gonna cry. J Fresh. Just be glad you're not fighting for, 40. I don't want to see 180 again. These new protein bars are amazing. They're like strawberry and Greek yogurt. And they don't have any sugar, but they taste sweet. If it goes down to 40, I have some calls I need to roll. We are in the bottom of the handle. If anyone wants to see that real quick. That's us. I could zoom in too. See? Does that make people feel better? Odds GME goes below 40. Slim, unfortunately. Dude, this is the most accurate cup and handle I think anyone's ever drawn. No, it has no added sugar. It just has like dehydrated strawberries in it, which is what makes it sweet. So it's definitely sucrose. It doesn't have any sugar alcohols though. I won't eat anything that's like artificially sweetened. That shit grosses me out. Like I can't drink diet soda at all. The handle is a handle when it doesn't exceed 50% the depth of the cup, I read. Yeah, so breakout's possible before the end. Investopedia, definitely not the end all be all of cup and handles. There's quite a lot of research done into cup and handles that you can look up windmill. Unfortunately. How much dust will collect on it between now and MOASS? God, you're so opinionated. I am. I am overly opinionated. But opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. And much like you give me an opinion or a platform to express my opinion on, Dylan, I give you a platform to express your opinion on as well. So you can say things like, my God, you're opinionated. And I can say things like, you're an asshole. Oh, this handle goes all the way out to July 20th. Thanks, Dylan. Love you too, man. I don't trust things, technical indicators named after things in my kitchen. The thesis behind a cup and handles like kind of valid, and that like it's failed the test at two highs, right? So like the idea is that it like shakes paper hands at these two tests, right? And then it's free to move upward in the next test. This isn't the 1 minute view I normally see for. No, this is the daily. Yeah, the casino bot tries very hard. Super huge double peak. Yeah, it's kind of like a giant double top, except they go up. In a way, but not. Like the volume traded over the range is very important. The consolidation through the handle is very important. There's a lot of like stages of a cup and handle that have to. This is one of the reasons I don't like them. Is there's lots of stages in them that have to like play out perfectly. So far, I will admit that this one is playing out like almost to its textbook definition. Like even the low, like the potential low of the cup is even with like the high of the basin. Like it's just like it's a very good cup and handle. Otherwise, I would absolutely never use one. But I'm not in a position where I can afford to ignore super obvious technical indicators like this. Best casino in the world is the NYSE. Now you're learning. I realized I'm being annoying. You're not being annoying, Han. You're fine. What is the shortest handle? Stop trying to get a date out of me, Jonathan. I told you. It ends on the 20th. We'll talk then. It's like an algo made that. No, I made that. An algorithm didn't make that. I made this. This was not easy. This took me 45 minutes, at least. Back to the actual stock. Trading at 199.95. Can the handle take longer than what your chart shows? Yeah, it can. It can. There can be some fuckery with the handles. They can dip lower. They can break sooner. They can break a little later. There's a little bit of flexibility on them, but I allowed for no flexibility in the one I drew. Pickle brain is 8088. Yeah, we should definitely see a divergence from AMC with the move to the Russell 1000. I don't like this new acronym for the Russell 1000 that people are using. R1K. I mean, I get it, but I don't like it. Because when you type it, it looks like rocket, and I keep thinking rocket. And I'm like, oh God, I don't want to talk about the mortgage stock. Super stock is like me in high school. No dates. To be fair, there can't be a date on MOASS. Like it's like not even that they like don't want dates posted there, right? But post them all the time. It's just that like you can't predict it down to the day like that. It's not possible. Any type of major catalyst could come in at any moment. Fucking Elon Musk could just call his broker and be like, buy 20 million shares of GameStop, and then there we go. Or, you know, Amazon could decide they're a big enough competitor and buy them out, and that's MOASS. And like there's just like the market could just suddenly tank MOASS. Like there's no putting like an accurate prediction of a date on it, because there's so many factors that like you can't even facilitate like a like a like an estimation of when it could occur. Technical analysis helps us see the points at which it is most likely to occur. The point at which buying pressure could affect the most change. And just ban it every time it does that. Oh, yeah, the casino guy. If it keeps popping up like that. Or leave it. I can do it too. If if you're like busy at work or something. If you delete its messages, it just keeps coming back. Cornichonitis to fight for 200 here. No, we already had Dilionitis, Eddie, if you missed that, for 300. But I'm not going to draw Dilionitis to fight for 200. Like some kind of chum. Okay, Pickle, sir. I got you, sir. Don't delete Casino Body's my only friend. Sir Basil Small Piece, we all love you. We're all your friends. Quad witching was last Friday. Hafra. The spy has filled its gap. Now we wait. Not looking good. They're at the top of that. I'm here for Casino Bot. Alright, well fuck you then. Witching hours seem to have zero effect on price. For this stock. To be fair, every time we've approached witching hour on GME, we've had a really high IV. And so that makes it not a fun stock to play options on, right? Oh, actions must be complete by T+2. So, yeah, tomorrow, market close. The effect. So I think I think the SPY is going to see a big sell-off between today and tomorrow, as the GAX index indicates that the delta or the gamma on the SPY is super negative, which would mean that market makers would have to sell off a lot of it in order to remain delta neutral. Which is pinning. It's good. There's an effect called pinning, which you guys can look up, and I don't want to explain. Remember fighting for 180? Yeah, who doesn't? It was good times. We did it for a little bit, and then we didn't do it for a couple weeks, and then we did it again, and we broke through. Tell me you hate 002 without saying you hate 002. I don't think regulatory change is going to be the thing that shoots this off. If someone put a gun to your head and told you to write a counter DD for MOASS, what would your realistic argument be to convince people that it can't happen? What would be the most convincing argument? I don't think there's a realistic scenario where it doesn't happen. I would say I would probably attack it from like a government intervention, or like a government intervention standpoint. I think that'd be the most realistic attack of it. but again, I think that happens at like really high price levels. I don't think we're going to see any government interference in MOASS until it becomes a big problem, like a big problem. And then it'll probably be too late. It's just the government doesn't move very quickly. Rich won't let the poor's win. I would say they don't care, right? Like, you have to remember that these people are investing other rich people's money. Like, they're independently wealthy aside from the hedge fund. If the hedge fund fails, like, get another job at another hedge fund, start a new hedge fund. They have a lot of options because they're already rich. Say the share offering didn't occur from 340 to 312 or whatever it was, just heavy shorting as usual? Or do you have to wait until Wednesday for the potential announcement? I mean, we have to wait for the announcement. All right, boys, we got him. Clip it and post it to SS. He's full of FUD. Lol. I think I'd go with volume. Drag it out as long as possible over another year until people get so bored they sell and the floor becomes unstable. Maybe, but like at the same time, like dragging it out that long could also just compound their issue, right? Like I currently don't think that they're winning the boredom like battle, right? Like I think apes are just buying more of the dips. Maybe some apes are paper handing because they can't afford to wait, but then that just brings in more investors that can afford to wait, right? And those investors generally have deeper pockets. So as long as the interest is still being driven, then more people are still coming in. Is the offering not being announced as a complete the reason? And then also it's just starting like very rapidly becoming a great value investment for long term. And that's going to drive even more interest in, right? And further compound their already super shitty situation. Offer not being announced is complete the reason we have zero buy pressure. It's probably a lot of the reason, yeah. Because like the offer can swing both ways, right? They could announce it lower than their target, and then people are like, "Oh, like I don't want to buy GameStop above this price," or they could announce it higher, and they could scramble to buy GameStop before it hits that price. Maybe, and then eventually the market will forget that they made the announcement anyway, and the stock will just carry on as normal. Can you see? WeBull's now showing an increased float size of 58 million. Yeah, I know, man, boy. That's what I was saying is that like even with no other discernible catalyst, just the value of growth in the stock could kick it off. What do you think of Jetel Stjern on Twitter? No idea. Can you sing the title out loud, please? No, but you can sing it to yourself. When they made the announcement, it was showing like 56 million free float, Victor. It's definitely changed. I'm okay with saving a bunch of money on taxes. Possibly. He's the CEO now. I mean, he's going to want to make his mark, right? He's never been a CEO of a major company before, I don't think. So he'll definitely want to come out of the gate swinging. I know the song. I have an extended revised wedge. Yeah, Twitter is definitely not a news source. Or shouldn't be treated as one, even though it can be. NFT dividend equals MOASS. Please refute. There was a lot of issues the last time. I don't know what you mean by NFT dividend. There's only one NFT. You mean like a crypto dividend? They have to offer the crypto to the shorts to let them out of their position. Otherwise, they're gonna get sued like Overstock did. I don't know why people keep saying NFT dividend. NFTs are singular. There's that's what gives them value is that there is one. So you wouldn't have an NFT dividend, I don't think. I don't know that much about NFTs, but I'm pretty sure that's the way that would work. I think it'd be a crypto dividend. Dude, how do you think any shorts are? Why would they cover now? They didn't cover at 150. They didn't cover at 40. They're not going to cover at 200, guys. This isn't like they're like, oh, all right, that's it. We'll cover now. No. The stock has been blessed by VWAP and the share offering completed at a $280 average. That'd be awesome. They can sell those shares for higher than market, right? You create one NFT per share, forcing blockchain onto the US markets. Not likely. Hazel left. These are just like people getting carried away with shit. That's not gonna happen. They won't even fucking announce an overvote. You think they're gonna? You think they're gonna? They're not going to trigger MOASS. It is not in their interest to receive the negative press that accompanies that as a company. No, Overstock's still fighting those legal battles to this day. Possible, highly unlikely. Because if they wanted to trigger the short squeeze, they could have just announced an overvote, right? They could have just been like, oh, we have far more votes than should exist. And so if the question is like, oh, did the SEC stop them? If the SEC stopped them, the SEC is definitely not going to advise that they release a crypto dividend, right? Yeah, they could be waiting for the new CEO. Like they're definitely gonna put all the good announcements in the new CEO's basket, right? They're not gonna have George Sherman monotone that shit out to the public. That guy could make the crispiest pickle go limp. That was one of like 200 lawsuits that they're involved in on Overstock because of that crypto dividend, TJ. Everyone banking on GameStop starting the MOASS, it's on starting MOASS like directly. It's very unlikely. You guys need to like think bigger picture than that. If MOASS wasn't happening, would you still hold GME at 200? Yeah, yeah, I would. Even if I mean it's a good value investment. I probably like if I didn't think MOASS was happening, I wouldn't own as much GME as I do, but I would still own quite a lot of it. As I don't, I mean, I don't think you get very many opportunities for growth on a stock like this in the retail market. Unless you have like the capital to get in like pre IPO, you don't see this kind of growth in the market very often. GameStop stock is GameStop CEO takes the reins. Sorry, NFTs for digital ownership of media. Yeah, I think we can come to that assumption. It's a hell of a lot better than like DMCA, right? Or not DMCA, DM the thing that they use for video game security now. I can't remember the name of it. I'm sure you guys know. DRM, yeah. That's it. Thank you. Too many fucking acronyms floating around in my head. DMCA is not the same. That's copyrights. VAC. No, that's for like cheating, right? DMCA is for movies, music, other forms of digital media. I think it applies to games as well, but that should show you like the retail that didn't vote should give you an indicator of how many people own the stock that are involved in Super Stonk or Reddit or any of that, right? Otherwise, they'd be getting like shamed for not voting on the internet and whatever. DFV. Restructuring their company. Yeah. I think if they can trigger it with, you know, good fundamental news, like nothing a company shouldn't be announcing anyway, then awesome, right? Then they're not at fault. They can't get, you know, scapegoated in the media. Does anyone DD the actual shareholders list from GME yet? No, not that I know of. Mass spectrometer. Oh, this is boring. You know, talk about manipulation on the order book. There's no shares of the SPY for sale at 420.69. That's fucking market manipulation if I've ever seen it. 420.68, sure. 420.73, but nothing at 420.69. You guys aren't boring me. I want the stock to do things just as badly as you guys do. I'm just better at controlling myself, apparently. The squirrels have been sacrificed. We didn't ask you to kill squirrels. When global financial disaster. I mean, I voted. I thought about not doing it because I didn't think it would matter, but I voted anyway, just on the off chance. It was a pain in the ass, too. I had to vote for 6 brokerages. I came for the ASMR tag and currently disappointed. People saying when MOASS, the first ones are going to change. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if they'll be the first to paper hand. No worries, we keep you running. Might have been asked probably 100 times, what is the Russell 1000 doing? I heard a while ago it would be a catalyst since they would have to cover all the shorts. They might have to cover all the ETF shorts, Christopher Paul. Insinuation is that 100% of float shares are reported as having voted. Only 60% of eligible shares had voted. If it's 35 millimeter, inside is 12 millimeter, and retail is 25 million. Is you writing MM is million? It's just capital M, Pinkertongs. Votes can line up 55 million. I guess. What do y'all think they're going to do with their crypto money this morning? Vacation you will take post most. There's a psychological reason for Wyckoff patterns playing out that you guys should probably read more about. Yachting on my pool boat in the ocean doesn't count? I disagree. What if I change countries? Then it's a vacation while yachting on my pool boat. Are GameStop doing anything about the overvote? Nope. Why would they? Apes are just a bunch of JG Wentworth customers. Vornam, no donations today, except for you in hand. But thank you so much, dude. If you're not going to buy the dip and push this price up, at least buy a super chat. Everyone's over leveraged, Vornam, but thank you so much for the donation, dude. ERM. That was a little late to answer. What do you think of the dark pool theories on Superstock? What are the dark pool theories? That the stock's being traded in dark pools and it's not affecting the market price? And it's absolutely true. You could just look at dark pool volume for GameStop. It's pretty high. But I maybe in chat tell me like a little more about what you're specifically referencing. There's a lot of dark pool theories on Superstock. Someone flatulates softly into the mic. Definitely on OnlyFans. So covering ETF shorts could bring the price high enough to become unstable for them? Possibly. There's a lot of shares in the ETFs. It could, a share recall of that magnitude could be relevant, yeah. They don't care about the FUD. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. You're looking at this from our perspective. You have to look at it from theirs. Why would they give a shit about FUD dominating the news cycle? Right? It's good. It keeps things static until they're prepared to make a move. I wasn't smiling at anybody. There's a wall here. I might have been lost in thought, man, but I don't like this $200 crab. Eat cheaper crab. Are we crowdfunding another perm? No. I'm not doing another perm. I can't get this one to wash out. My hair is still way overly curly. Hales. Thank you so much, Hales. I appreciate the donation. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you, Vordam, for starting off donation FOMO. It's appreciated. But I understand. Sideways days. I'm not gonna live on my yacht. Some sort of Neanderthal. I'm gonna have a home. I'm gonna be some boat person, like a river monster. I don't know what you call them, but absolutely not. Who's better, AMC DD or GME Meltdown DD? Definitely, I'm gonna go with GME Meltdown DD. At least it tries to be original. What conspiracy theory you entertain is possible? There's a few. There's a few conspiracy theories that I entertain as possible, but I feel like they might be obscure, and most of them I've made up myself. Like my GameStop buy, like Ryan Cohen making moves to buy Amazon theory. Obviously completely conspiratorial, but I buy it. I would do that. So I don't see why he wouldn't. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe I'm not giving him enough. Both of those scenarios scare me. The most recent dark pool theory is if there's more than 2 million GME shares traded in OTC, Kenny G sacrifices 1 jar of mayo. Sounds about right. Thank you for all the kind words, and thank you, Girk, for keeping me sane today. You got it, Chris. Thank you so much, man. I know hospice isn't a good thing. I've had relatives that have gone in, and I really do hope the best for your dad. Odds we end today exactly at 200. That'd be cool. You like that, Kenny? Doing boat flashes like all my money isn't in GME. Does it flash? That's fancy. I didn't realize it did that. You're smiling. It was cute. It looked like you were having a good time. I am having a good time. I like this stock. I don't think you guys understand. I like this stock so much that I put a year's worth of my earnings into it. More than a year's worth of my earnings. I don't know how much more committed I could be. This is like more than a marriage. Yeah, they don't need to pass liquidity tests for AMC, let me tell you. They could just buy the fucking company. Citadel could buy AMC 100 times. Not 100 times. 30 times? They could just buy the whole company 30 times. Think about that. Did the spy get back into the channel today from your 1 day chart? I don't think so. Maybe? No. And most of the volume is still traded at like 419. But the channel, it doesn't cross back into the channel until like 425. That looks familiar. Hmm. Interesting. Well, that defeats the dead cat bounce theories. Curious. Lovely cup and handle, though. MCD2 today is focused on 50. Yeah, they're stupid. Upset that perm is permanent. A little bit. I just need to cut my hair. It's just been like an ongoing thing with me that I'm never getting done. Who or what will you improve with your funding? What do you mean, Hartley? Like, with the money I make? I'm just going to use that to make more money. And then once I have the most money, then I'll look into doing things. Step one is to become the most rich. It's all a game, right? And I want to like win the game. I want to be the best at that game. I put 2 years worth. All right, fine. It's June 25 sold covered calls getting cheaper to buy back and worth more money to sell again for July 2nd. Oh, is that for AMC? You could just let it expire and then sell another one. June 25th is Friday. It's like you don't need to buy it back, right? Just like let it expire. Unless you're afraid you're going to get assigned and then why? Oh no, you've sold like a bunch of AMC shares for $70. Good on you. Curious still. We appreciate you sharing your time and knowledge. Thanks, man. I appreciate your donation. It's a huge help. I know I make a bunch of money trading stocks, but I make a lot more when I'm not doing this. So yeah, your donations, guys, really do help keep this afloat and keep this going. Uh, but as always, don't ever feel obligated to do that. Like a like and subscribe is more than enough because that'll get someone in here who does donate. I feel like I'm saying all the things that YouTubers should say. GME made me cash out all my crypto at 60K to buy more GME. GME has already made me money. Oh yeah, a ton. Being approved and effective on Wednesday. Oh, goddamn. I deleted the thing that says we know about 002. We know. We'll see what happens. Bank of New York Mellon Corporation created an EMG Cayman account effective for Wednesday. Something is happening. I mean, how many other Cayman Island accounts does Bank of New York Mellon have, right? Like hundreds, thousands? These fucking companies all have offshore bank accounts already. Them creating a new one is not big news. They did mark those DDs as tinfoil hat. Well, that's good. I'm just reporting that GameStop names a new CEO, Matt Forlong, to the board. Yep. We know. He's effective today. He's also CEO, effective today, apparently. Michael Burry deleted his account. Of course he did. Now I can't get in touch with him. How am I going to set up the interview? Where's the DD that shows Citadel buying GME to end the squeeze? Explain yourself. I don't know what you mean, Hales. Purple lines. Oh, the purple lines are gone. I deleted them because that trend it no longer exists. So 002 on Wednesday, Russell and 2 plus whatever on Thursday. No, that's spicy. I want to be on sick leave the rest of the week, I guess. Yeah, why not? You never take a day off. How can you cut your hair? This is true. I have currently 0 days off a week. Citadel can't buy the company. We already own it. That's not the case with AMC, though. Actually, I'm pretty sure AMC's board would sell Citadel whatever they wanted if Citadel wanted to take over the company. Step 1, the most rich. Absolutely. Should we tell Bezos that you're coming for his crown? Well, we'll see if he burns up on re-entry first, right? Otherwise, I might not need to. I'll have to go after. I'll just have to beat his wife's fortune, which is equally large. But shave your head now on stream. Then you won't need a haircut for quite some time. No, I won't be doing that. Go bald. That'll be the catalyst. Take all the volume from my hair and put it into GameStop. Guys, look, we're doing the thing where we go back up at the end of the day, but just a little bit. The crossover between those two values, I'm trying to plot out. Fair. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're trying to maximize returns on it, but you could also just let it expire. Or maybe close it out on Friday and then sell the new one on Friday. That's usually how I would do it. It depends though. You're right in what you're doing. That you obviously if you can shift the IV from one contract to the next, you can pick up some extra tendies. Not financial advice. How much do you make being a board member of CX? Fucking nothing, man. They just keep sending bags of rocks to my house. Do you know how YouTube Premium views affect channel revenue? I'm not sure. I get money from YouTube Premium, but it's not. It's actually I get more money from YouTube Premium viewers than I do from ad revenue throughout the day. But I'm not sure what ratio that is. Not a lot of my viewers have YouTube Premium. Some do, but not a lot. But I do get money from that. It's usually $30 a day or something like that. On days when we have really high viewership, it might hit 50. When we have 16, when the stock's running, we have 1,600 viewers or something like that. Feeling cute might short the stock later. I don't know. What have I missed? Nothing. Literally nothing. We went down and then sideways a lot. That perm thing is over. How much for you to do an ASMR stream eating a pickle asking for a friend? So you want me to eat a pickle into my microphone? This sounds ludicrously. This is very sexual. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm a stock streamer. Stop trying to get me to do sexy things. But thank you for the donation. This is true. I would do the same thing by myself. I'd be sitting here drawing ultra accurate cup and handles and writing papers on why I think they're awesome or why I hate them. I would be doing the same thing, but I'd have a lot more free time. But I feel that what I do is valuable to the community, whether the community watches it or not, because eventually they will. It's all about it's the slow growth. I'm planting saplings, and one day they will be trees. One day there will be an army of Pickle Financial educated investors out there just getting rich, stealing money from the global elite and living nice lives. And maybe they worked at a Wendy's before that, you know? Maybe I'm the one that facilitated that change in their financial freedom. And for that alone, I do this. Even if it's just one of you. The knack you have for saying no to bad ideas proves your worth. People do buy YouTube Premium. Like 17 the Goat right there has it. As does Eric. And Sorab. YouTube Premium gang apparently pretty large. Larger than I thought. See if the larger spread if you will write about 11 days out rather than wait till this Friday. I have to sell a cover call yet. Yeah. Yeah, spread's not an inaccurate descriptor of what you're talking about, Windmill. I do try to stay away from those discussions on here because it can just create a lot of confusion. But yeah, that's, I mean, like a strategy employed in covered calls. So I when I sell cover calls, it's usually because I've run south of a wheel. So like I sell cash secured puts and then I get fucking assigned and then I'll sell those as covered calls till I make my money back. Oh God, please don't. Here they pay better, probably. No ads, come on. Yeah, I guess especially if you're on mobile. Like if I watched YouTube on mobile a lot, or if I watched YouTube a lot, I would probably pay for premium because I hate ads. I hate ads so much that I use someone else's ad-free Hulu account. That's my real goal. I just want Warren Buffett to be my dad. I want him to tell me he's proud of me. Actively managing my portfolio? Maybe. Maybe part of it just for like something to do. But no, for the most part, not at all. My plan is definitely to become A far less active investor. Because I have more time to do the things I like to do. I don't know what those are, but I'll figure it out. Calls on Pickles' heart. But my name is pronounced like Sorob. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I'll try to get it right at some point. I promise. I'm like a teacher with a class of 1,000 students, and I have to like get everyone's fucking name right. It's ridiculous. Ad block. Yeah, that's what I have. Like, that's why I don't have YouTube Premium, because I just have ad block and I watch YouTube on my PC. But if you're on mobile, it's a little harder. You got to use like weird apps that probably have security flaws. Not that YouTube's app doesn't have security flaws. I'm sure it does. Thanks, Red Hair. That's awesome, dude. All right, Nick. You don't have to advertise ways for people to demonetize my stream. Why are Hulu ads so loud? The whole all of like the audio on Hulu is all over the place. Some shows are louder than others. Some like some episodes of shows are louder than the one before it. It drives me insane the amount of volume adjusting I have to do when I watch Hulu. Passive investor with dividend. I don't like dividend stocks. I know people like the idea of that, but I'd rather they just put their money into growth. Unless they have so much money that they can do both, which is fine. I wish you were my dad, Kirk. I'm probably not old enough to be your dad. What percentage of your attendees would you invest with a wealth manager? I don't know, like 5%, and then I'd break it up between like I'd probably invest like over 80% into capital markets, but I would break that up over a lot of entities. I wouldn't have any one investor fucking handling all of my money. And then if someone performs better than someone else, they get more money the next time around. You know, incentivizing merit. I'm just gonna, I feel like I should just get rid of that. God damn it. Everyone stop advertising YouTube Vanced. All right, you're screwing me over here. Thanks for the infotainment. Thanks, Tropical Thunder Splash. Oh, is Grizzled back? What's up, Grizzled? If you ain't paying, you're the product. Yeah, that's true. I know, Nick. I appreciate that, man. So I'm going to be starting Cucumber Financial soon so I can stop wage slaving full time. Would appreciate the support. Going to be like Pickle Financial at his prime before it went sour. Lol. Random volume of shows. Yeah, it sucks. Hulu sucks. But they have stuff that other people don't, right? I guess I could just download it all illegally. Bring back the perm. Spotify ads are the worst. Like, by far the worst. Which reminds me, I have to update my information with Spotify soon. I just wrote you some long DM on Discord and felt bad, so here's a donation. I'll check it out after the stream, man. I'll get back to you. Yeah, just so you guys know, if you ever have a question that you don't feel comfortable asking in chat, or maybe it takes like a little bit longer explanation, DM me on Discord. I will try to get to you during my free time if I can. Or at least like send you in the right direction to learn that information for yourself. Double top. Yeah, this is a weird trading today, man. I need to zoom out. This is fucking strange. There we go. Darth, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the donation, dude. So 80%. Yeah, I mean, depending on what I walk away from MOASS with, but yeah, I would want to remain like at least 10% liquid. The other 10% I would invest into property, like real property. I only have one question. Wind moon. Help you out with views and likes. But it is power hour, Wolfie. We're trading at 199.82. Can I have your personal cell phone as well, just to make sure I have full access to all the answers I need? I mean, access to my Discord's probably better than access to my cell phone. I am far more likely to answer a DM on Discord than I am a text message. Good for you, Vojvoda. Congratulations. Everyone, big shout out to Mr. Vojvoda. He is climaxed. Burry's gone dark again. Yeah, I know. How many slide into my DMs? A lot. Maybe when MOASS starts, I'll just do the entire stream in ASMR. You have more likes than viewers, as usual, Wolfie. This is not a rare occurrence. I think it's because like a lot of people just drop in for like a little bit, like, and then leave. Like they have other shit to do with their days, which is understandable. I do stream during business hours when most people are at work. Not, I mean, I know 15% of the country's unemployed, but 10% of those people are watching Matt Kors right now. I just pass my sell button to you. You have passed the test. I just want to kick back. Nope. There'll be no shifting responsibility. And remember that you will be judged on your game porn post MOASS harshly. YouTube manipulation. Aren't the Jedi like just kind of evil too, though? Like they're just like a bunch of they're like fascist religious zealots. Does game porn go in your Reddit? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, please, ASMR stream. Spy needs to die. I'd like that, but it seems to just be trading completely sideways also now. Can you look at the 1 second chart for us? Do you guys just want the action? I could do that here. We'll go down to the 1 tick time scale. We can watch every fucking order come in. Look how quick they're happening, guys. It's like not much different. Oh, we just got 2 orders. Remember, this is only on the exchanges tracked by WeBull. Kind of a dumb one, but SQQQ, SDAO, same as XPS. Yeah, they are. That's correct. 211. From different perspectives, they can be. They're all just like inverse weighted ETFs. Actually, space Australians. How much money do you need in your account for the SPXS call you have? I don't know. I think it costs like the last 2 I bought were like $20 or $19 each. The first ones I bought were 30. I'll average down if it stays up throughout the week until I get to 10. Setting my video speed to 0.5. This is too much to take. Now this is what I call a power hour. God, how dull is this stock today? This is the 1 tick time scale. I want to update Reddit real quick. And I think I'm going to go to the bathroom. Maybe I should get more coffee. I don't know, I should do something. Just stand up for a minute. All right. I am going to go to the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Ba, ba, ba. And it's me. I'm back, guys. What's happened? Oh, look, we went to 219 and then down to 199.58. That was exciting. I can't believe I missed that crazy run up. 1 second chart hurts my head. All right, I'll go back to the 1 minute. This is thrilling. Are they shaking anyone off? It looks like no one's selling. And also no one's buying. But, you know, mostly no one's selling, which is what's important. Was that run up the MOASS? 202. So I'm constantly red and green. That's got to be annoying. I think on this account, I had a little bit of that when we were hovering at like one. What is my cost basis on this account? It's like 140 something, I think. My overall cost basis, $98.17. Right? Yeah. I bought. It's 2019 was the best. Literally, yours is 34. 230 or 199. Wait, no, 197.34. 196.34. 196.34. We got more of those $300 days. Where are those end of J Johnsons? I don't know, man. They weren't promised. I just thought we would do that. Clearly, I was fucking wrong. Maybe they'll try to tank it right before it close. That could be fun, right? We got like a something here. Head and shoulders, maybe. Sloppy, but it's there. Burry deleted his Twitter. Of course he did. You know, there's an entire subreddit dedicated to like picking apart Burry's tweets. I don't think I've seen one accurate prediction come out of there. I'm subscribed though because I like to read their theories. O2 in effect on Wednesday. Yep. What is the sub for these tweets? I can't remember the name of it. I'll find out tonight and I'll let everyone know tomorrow. I'm starting my own subreddit for that. Pinkbury. Is there a time frame for abandoning my TA? So usually, yeah, there is a point at which you can consider a TA, a technical analysis trend, invalid, as I have done with our ascending pattern that we previously had. I have removed that and determined that even if we do move back into that channel, it will be in a different range and it will take time to play out. So like that exponential growth pattern that we had from the previous, God, that thing lasted a while. That thing held true for like almost a month. It was great. It felt great. But eventually, yeah, you got to move on. This cup and handle pattern ends on the 20th of July, give or take. Um, it would be proved invalid if the price dipped below the bottom of the outer cup line. Here, let me show you guys over here. So if the price were to drop here below this, below the cup, that would probably invalidate this trend. Now, it's hard to say, right, because the manipulation on the stock could potentially cause the price to dip lower than the expected range, right? As most of our breakouts are suppressed by short selling, because they also use technical analysis, and can see where we expect a breakout, so they know when to short it. But I feel like that may lead more to like a pattern where we dip, like create like maybe another little handle at the end of this handle. Which I guess I could show you if I, hold on, let me see if I can draw that on here. So I think like if we see like manipulation, it would just look like that, right? Does that show up on the WeBull? Like that. Okay, cool. It does. So yeah, that's what I'd be looking at. But yeah, if the price drops below like what is that, 130, 135, then it's very probable that this trend is invalidated. I need a sub dedicated to dissecting Pickle Financial's SPXS analysis. Elliot was predicted 002 on Wednesday. That's good to know. Exponential girth. Technically. Are you thinking of, yeah, it's arboreology. That's it. Skittlebrow. Hear about, God damn it. Oh, they had it at your school? That's interesting. Counting that as educational text now. Whatever. And they make a baby bond. Well, they'd make like 2.5. Oh, 2.5. Or I guess it'd be the difference of 003.5. Double O, damn. Ugh. God. Is the spy at least coming down? No. Fuck. What is going on with the bond market? I might need to buy some of these. 40? 42. It's just 40. July 16th. Not a lot of open interest at any of these strikes. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not short bonds this week, but I probably should be. I don't not know about bonds. I just don't want to weigh in on the repo market. I did go to school for finance. Like I learned about bonds. I know what they do and what they're about. I don't trade the bond market. So like my work experience is of no relevance there. But I'll short some bonds if the economy is going to collapse. To imagine what volatility feels. You're not even going to feel volatility on the 1 minute chart right now, Trey. ETF rebalancing causes enough volatility to break the cup and handle, or do you think it will stay in range regardless? I gave it a pretty narrow range, Argonauts. Um, if I had to draw a cup and handle, I wasn't gonna like fuck around and give it any leeway. So I'm ready, just so you guys know, I'm ready to abandon the cup and handle at a moment's notice because I hate cup and handles. If I see any other discernible pattern play out on the chart that we haven't isn't being like reused, this cup and handle will die fiery death because I hate it. But for now, yeah, it's got some leeway, a little bit, but very little. So how likely would it be that ETF rebalancing causes enough volatility? Just make sure, Windmill, that if the price drops too much, you're not like bag holding those fucking shares because you've been selling covered calls on them. Like make sure you're at least covering like your cost basis and stuff. It's not financial advice, but just like don't fall into that trap. Like sometimes when you're selling covered calls, you want your shares to get assigned. But if you're in at like 1,500 and you're making $250 a week off the shares, that's awesome. Unless you make like $750 off the shares, and then the price tanks, and then you have to sell them for 10, right? Which I guess is fine. Super rich people in nice cars be like, I'll be taking that from you soon. I see rich people in nice cars, and I'm like, oh, that guy has a small penis. Cost basis $8. All right. Well, I guess as long as like you can sell those shares before it drops back to 8 and then still profit on the upside. But yeah, like I don't know. I'd probably be trying to get assigned on AMC calls if I had AMC shares or that many. I have 30 still, but I feel like I should sell them, but I hold them for people like Cornup who don't know better. I don't think you're going to get an 800cc called away during any other time but MOASS, Trey. Do you think hedgies can get other positions by creating enough volatility to cause people to day trade? They tried that for months. For months, we had the most predictable fucking stock on the market. Like every morning at 10, it would dip and then it would climb and then it would dip into the end of the day. And like if you were day trading, you could have day traded every day of that. And if you had enough capital, you probably could have made millions off the hedgies like manipulating the price the way they were. That was like most of March and all of April. Like the stock did the exact same thing every single day. Never judge a person by their belongings. I disagree with that. I will judge people for literally whatever I feel like judging them for. I'm very judgy. Awesome, dude. Cornub solidarity. Well, I'm not just helping Cornub, because if it was just Cornub, I would have sold the shares already. But it's millions of apes like him who are fooled into thinking that people want to go to the movies. That was the dark times. If I hadn't already bought a shitload of GME by then, I probably would have been tempted to day trade it back in that time. But at that point, I didn't have enough capital to day trade it like effectively. So there was no point. Don't judge how I judge people. And cash secured puts are a bullish bet on the stock. They have to market makers have to buy shares to hedge those. If you have a waifu pillow, I'm gonna judge you. Careful with that. There may be more people in the chat than you think. She's not a pillow, she's my soulmate. You can have a private theater after GME moons. Exactly. Yeah, you can just look at the stock ticker and you know what time it was. Long Johnson's, maybe? I mean, you could, yeah, sure, you can call him that if you want to. Is out. Mark, god damn it, dude. Read the audience. It's right there on the screen. I need more space between my camera and my body. Hey guys, did you hear about 002? It's out. No, you missed 002, paradoxical. What are your thoughts on Wyckoff accumulation patterns? Sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. So, much like other technical indicators. Usually if you catch one like most of the way through its distribution, the end of it will play out very accurately. They're kind of just like massive head and shoulders. They have a lot of the same psychology behind them. Wait, 002 is out. Okay, serious question. What's the biggest reason you think GME is going to moon, and how confident are you that you're right? Is it that the shorts never covered? Yeah, that's the biggest reason. Is I don't think they ever covered. I don't think they've ever had an opportunity to cover, as the amount of capital required for them to do so would be astronomically more than they have in their possession. And there is no evidence of covering, at least in the last 6 months. That's really all I care about. Like I would say I'm 98% sure. I'll leave 2% for error. But that 2% is literally the amount of shares they could have covered from what they owe back. How sure am I that the stock is shorted upwards of like 3 or 4 or 5 or 600%? That's shaky. But over 140%, over 150%, pretty firmly grounded in what's visible on the charts. I mean, like the end of the day when the charts update and the volume and everything and all the data is processed of the day and the dark pool volume comes in, like you can see that they haven't covered. If that's not enough evidence for you, why does the price of the stock keep going up? We went from 40 to like 150, and now we're at 200. And it just keeps, it's steadily climbing, and it's steadily climbing on the back of those short positions. It's not because of retail. We don't have that much fucking money. We're up over 200, so we should give us a headache. The fast charting. Sure, here. Make yourselves happy. New news, 002 is now 004 and is out. You mean in effect? What? How is 002 now 004? Where are you getting this information from? I need confirmation of whatever he's talking about. Because he's just saying things, but there's no... I'm 140% confident. FUD is unreal. Simulation confirmed. How the fuck can you short at 10 and not get margin called after 1,000% gains? I mean, 1,000% losses? Because you have a lot of fucking money. That's how. I think you underestimate the amount of money these guys control. Where did you learn to trade and learn about the stock market? Well, I went to school for finance and financial mathematics and biology. And then I studied like a bunch of books, most of which I think ended up being shit. Only one of which I'll recommend, which is Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. And then lots and lots and lots of practice and learning about stuff on the web from other traders. I interned at a trading desk. Or, well, they had a trading desk, but I hung out with those guys. They were cool. They did a lot of coke, but they were fun to hang out with. But years of practice and research and study. They don't really teach you to trade in school. It's not like if you go to school for finance, they're not going to set you up to become a trader. They'll teach you about investing, but not trading. Legally can't be more than 140% confident. I mean, 100% confidence is 100% confidence. It's not like a stock price. It can't go above 100%. I mean, I'm confident enough that I've invested slightly more than a year's worth of my income into GameStop. And also halted all current income for the last 4 months Okay, fine. They did a lot of coke and they were a lot of fun. They were fun guys to hang out with. I was a younger boy. I didn't know better. Absolutely box him. See you later, man. Oh, it's you mad, bro? See you later, pickle juice. After hours could be interesting. We'll see. I don't feel well closing with this kind of gap between view up. When I was a young boy in Latvia. Yes or no what? Fair internal. Far internal. Slightly more than a year's worth of income. Yeah, slightly more than a year's worth of my income invested in GameStop. Ooh. Guys, look at that run. Ugh. Yeah, it was surprising. Usually hanging out with cokeheads, not fun. Um, but they were pretty fun. They were fun guys. You know, not everyone at every hedge fund is evil. Just some of them. I feel like this should be called Pickle Financial Comedy Hour. Heard oxygen's the most valuable thing on earth. Well, I think hedge funds prefer to have the cokehead guys working at the trading desk because they know that they've got something to work for, right? They're self-motivated by their addiction to cocaine. So like you can always guarantee that they'll be trying their hardest because you know that at the end of the day they need that money to buy more cocaine. It's like when like the mafia hooks prostitutes on heroin. Same thing. Like they know that they can use that addiction to control them. It's probably valuable. Probably not right, but valuable. Or they just like the rush. Could be both. We can pull together 2 or 3 dudes and just buy AMC. You can buy at least one AMC. Is Dogecoin going back to a penny? Maybe. I will buy more if it does. Terrible debt equals highly motivated. Yeah. What? A slender Johnson. All these Johnsons are very slender. The mafia does not use prostitutes. It's a violation of the old laws. Let me tell you, they don't care. I didn't. It also doesn't have to be the Italian mob, right? There's other mafias. The Russian mafia loves prostitutes. They're very involved in it. It's a big part of their business. They're not. Yeah, I mean they're also not supposed to sell drugs and stuff, but they do that too. Not that there's a lot of mafia around anymore, but there's some. Oh, you guys want to see this on this time scale? You want to see this fucking insane breakout? How could the mafia use prostitutes if it's illegal? Uh, is this MOASS? Guys, we did it. We broke 200. GG. Hedges are fucked. Boo. Bring back the one tick. MOASS or no ass. Stay tuned. Any sites have bets on DTCC enforcing 002 yet? Supposedly it's automatically enforced, Wolfie, but we'll see. This is the same reason I don't love taxes, right? I trust SROs even less than I trust the government. Win IV expansion. Calls are fucked. We'll go back to the 1T right before the market. The last minute of the market, we'll go back to the 1 tick. So it gets real crazy. Did you expect the SPY to bounce this well? Yeah. I expect this. I mean, the SPY can bounce, right? Like it's very capable of it. The SPY never does anything that doesn't fucking surprise me. Do I think it'll still come down? Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bet against it. Make no mistake, though. These are bets. This is over time. I feel like my cost average on them will pay off based on the fundamentals of my thesis, which I wrote about at length in this week's DD. You guys can check that out over on my Reddit profile. Or if I remember to film the video for that DD tonight here on the YouTube channel. Mafia equals Congress. At this point, I thought it was just contractors. I don't buy into gap theory that much, Christopher. But possibly. You mean 400 to 396? If you're talking about a downward gap, you list the higher number first. 200 feels like a win today. Yeah, right? If we can close at like 201, I feel like that's a win. So in other words, you're saying buy call options on SPXS. Didn't say that. Just said that's what I'm doing. You can do whatever you want, man. You saved me a ton of money today because I didn't multitask into Amazon Prime. Yeah, but you're just going to do that after, right? You're going to just like do some wine in Prime. Burry's having a midlife crisis. Possibly. Or the crazies caught up with him. Or he's just fucking right about everything, right? We never know because the guy's actually like a little bit insane. It's almost time to plug my face into the one tech. Thanks, Dirk. The SPY does love to fill gaps. You are right. It does fill gaps far more often than some other stocks. What's worse, AMCDD or John Krasinski? John Krasinski. Gonna go grab pizza and tend to my petting zoo. Can it use as a registered fiduciary? FBI about to clap his financial cheeks. How do I represent the battle for 200 tomorrow accurately in my stream card? Thanks for being the white noise. If you can meditate to this channel, there's something wrong with you. Daniel Taylor has been here since day one. As always, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe on your way out today. It's a big help to the channel. And if you guys want to help support the channel, you can donate on our coffee, the link for which is found down below in the description. 1 pickle versus 200 pickles? No, they're not pickles. The hedge funds aren't pickles. Fucking ever insult pickles that way, I'll ban you. I'll ban you in a heartbeat, Canesta. You take it back, actually. Eight thumbs down. I bet I won't even sleep tonight. I don't care. You thumbs down it, thumbs up it. Do whatever makes you guys feel good. Just click a thing. Why do I feel like Zakir is actually a history teacher? Were you like a history bro in college, Zakir? I mean, I like history too, so I can't really. But when we got another 30, 45 seconds till we switch to the 1 tick. I'm ready, though. I got my finger on the trigger. He's wicked smart. God, I love that movie. I'm going to watch that movie today. I'm going to watch The Departed. It's been like 2 months since I seen it last. Almost as bad as the Affleck brothers. Here we go, guys. 1 tick for the last minute. Can we just stay at 200? The Departed is amazing. I think it's in both movies. Plug my face in. Guys, look at it's doing things. It's almost trading like a normal stock at this time scale. The SPY can't end the day at 420.69 because we determined earlier that the market is manipulated because there's no bid or asks on the SPY at that price. We did it, guys. Yeah, we went through a whole day trading at 200. Thank God for this stream, man. I would be so fucking bored. Good evening, Osnadian. I'll see you tomorrow, dude. Makes me feel something again. If it closes below 200, it's going to make you feel bad. It did. 420.74. Thanks, guys. Thank you all so much. Have a good night. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning or on the Discord. Just for you, those of you listening in, we closed at $248. Later.